Douluo, beginning as Uchiha Madaras. Chapter 1, Crossing Douluo, Becoming Uchiha Madara. Barak Kingdom, Soto City. I saw a teenager standing trembling in the corner near the bustling Soto City Great Soul Arena. The boy's clothes looked a little weird, and he was a little out of tune with the people around him, so every passerby who passed by here couldn't help but look at him. Su Chen, who had been in this world for a whole day, still couldn't recover. How could he inexplicably cross to the world of Douluo continent? Wasn't that the anime he just watched a few days ago? The key is that he is not dead yet. Su Chen felt that his crossing was a bit unconventional. Others crossed after death and became the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, or became a partner who grew up with Tang-san, and they were definitely clinging to each other. He was good, and he crossed over with his body, wearing the same clothes as before, and even the familiar pair of sneakers on his feet. Hey, my body has come here together, so I definitely don't have a martial spirit. How can I survive in Douluo continent? Su Chen couldn't help but look up at the night sky and complained. God, you don't want me to die after coming here? At least give me a golden finger. At this moment, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed across the night sky and almost hit Su Chen. Damn! Su Chen quickly shut up obediently. The next second, a mechanical female voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding the villain role system. By playing the villain role, you can get rewards. The more you play, the richer the rewards you get. Damn, system, as expected, online novels are honest. The melancholy on Su Chen's face was instantly swept away. Having read countless online novels, he certainly understood what the appearance of the system meant. It meant that he would turn over and become a father from now on. Then, Su Chen immediately started thinking again. But what is this villain role-playing system? Who should I play? Ding! The system releases the first role-playing task. The host needs to play the popular villain Uchiha Madara in Naruto and go to Shrek Academy, defeat the Shrek 7 devils alone, and make Master Xiaogang kneel down and beg for mercy in front of him. The system will evaluate the host's performance and issue corresponding rewards based on the host's performance. Uchiha Madara. Hearing the familiar female voice in his mind again, Su Chen was shocked. Playing Uchiha Madara, that's too domineering. This is my favorite villain in Naruto. If I can play it successfully, what rewards will be issued? Su Chen asked excitedly in his heart. The highest is S-level evaluation, reward Samsara I, with additional ability, Chakra, which can be used as the host's martial soul training. A-level evaluation, reward Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, with additional ability, Susanoo, which can also be used as the host's martial soul training. C-level evaluation, reward, Ordinary Sharingan, no additional ability. D-level evaluation, reward, Great Fireball Technique. The system's voice answered slowly, and Su Chen's face immediately became serious. Even if you can't get an S-level evaluation, at least it has to be A-level, otherwise the rewards behind will be too bad, but I don't have a Samsara I now, how can I play Uchiha Madara? Su Chen was about to ask the doubts in his heart, and suddenly found that there was an extra golden card in his hand. What is this? This is a villain transformation card. The familiar voice of the system elf came again in his mind. When the host is ready to perform this role-playing task, just take out this villain transformation card and say a line of Uchiha Madara's words, and you can directly transform into Uchiha Madara. The villain transformation card is a one-time use and will disappear after use. The transformation effect can last for 2 hours. If the host can get an A-level evaluation or above this time, in addition to the corresponding rewards, you can also get an extra villain transformation card, and you can transform again in times of crisis. In other words, after using this villain transformation card, I will become Uchiha Madara, and I will have all the abilities of Uchiha Madara. Su Chen seemed to have understood what the system elf said, and his eyes were full of shock and ecstasy. After all, who doesn't want to experience the taste of becoming Uchiha Madara after watching Naruto? At this moment, Su Chen found that there seemed to be a pattern on this golden villain transformation card, which was Uchiha Madara holding the huge cattail leaf fan with an arrogant and unruly look on his face. Chapter 2 Roll Card, Samsara Eye opened. Of course, once transformed, the host will have all the abilities of Uchiha Madara, that is, the newly resurrected Uchiha Madara, not the 6 paths Uchiha Madara. Only after obtaining an A-level rating or above in this role-playing mission, can the 6 paths Uchiha Madara and more powerful role-playing missions be unlocked later. I see. Don't worry, this is enough. The normal Madara can easily beat the 5 Kage, not to mention the Rin Egan. Beating the Shrek 7 devils and the cowardly Jade Xiaogang at this time is as simple as beating a monkey. Even if Akalanatha Zhaowuji and Dean Flanders are added, the result will be the same. Su Chen looked at the golden villain transformation card in his hand confidently and said seriously. In that case then I will transform now. As long as the Shrek 7 devils and the cowardly Yu Xiaogang are in the academy, then tonight is the time for them to dance in fear. Su Chen looked up at the night sky and found that it was midnight. It was the best time to perform the earth-shattering star and the meteorite falling from the sky. That's right, the Shrek 7 devils are all in the academy now. Now is the time when the Shrek 7 devils have just returned from the Star Do Great Forest and are receiving the first stage of master training. Tang San and Xiaowu are now 13 years old, the same age as the host. Once the host transforms, the system will begin to evaluate the host's role-playing task. The host needs to try to show the same demeanor as the original character and say the same lines as the character. Got it, isn't it just a performance? Su Chen clenched the villain transformation card in his hand, looking at the domineering and vicissitudes of Uchiha Madara on the card, and saw that his eyes also became domineering and arrogant. Then, a familiar line came out of Su Chen's mouth. Do you want to dance too? This is exactly the domineering catchphrase of Uchiha Madara. As the voice fell, Su Chen suddenly felt a change in his body. A strange feeling came from his body, but there was no pain, and the whole person suddenly became very light, as if he had endless power. Su Chen looked down suddenly and saw that his outfit had become exactly the same as Uchiha Madara's. It was the domineering black and red ninja robe, and his hair had become very slender and messy. Looking at his right hand again, there was a huge red and white cattail leaf fan, which was the familiar fan of Madara in the anime. I actually really became Uchiha Madara? Oh my god! Su Chen carefully looked at his current body and outfit, and found that he was exactly the same as the villain Uchiha Madara in Naruto. He took a deep breath and felt as if there was endless power in his body. It can also be said to be endless chakra. This should be character possession. It is equivalent to using my consciousness to control the character of Uchiha Madara. Su Chen, who has transformed into Uchiha Madara, frowned and asked in his heart. By the way, System Spirit, although I have become Uchiha Madara, I don't know how to use his ninjutsu and power. I can't make hand seals. How can I open the Mangekyo Sharingan and Samsara Eye? Shua. Just after Su Chen asked this question, a huge amount of information suddenly emerged in his mind. That strange and huge amount of information was all the abilities and ninjutsu that Uchiha Madara mastered in Naruto. The voice of the system elf sounded in Su Chen's mind again. The host does not need to make a seal. As long as he silently recites the ninjutsu or the ability of the character in his mind, the character will automatically make a seal and release it, including wanting to open the Samsara Eye. The host only needs to silently recite to open the Samsara Eye in his mind, and the character will open the Samsara Eye by itself. It's so magical, it's just like playing a game. Su Chen was extremely excited and quickly recited in his heart. Open the Samsara Eye. Shua. Su Chen suddenly felt that the world in front of him had changed. His eyes could actually see a place thousands of meters away, and it seemed that he could control his vision and even slow down the scene in front of him. Is this the Samsara Eye? Su Chen hurried to a nearby pond and looked at his reflection in the water. He found that he had transformed into Uchiha Madara, and his eyes had turned into ripple-shaped Samsara eyes. Chapter 3 The absolutely domineering Uchiha Madara came to Shrek Academy. This is too invincible. Su Chen clenched his fists fiercely, completely ignoring the eyes of the passers-by around him, and shouted loudly. Okay, from now on, until the transformation is over, during this period of time, I am Uchiha Madara. After shouting this sentence, Su Chen found that his voice had also changed, and it became exactly the same as the original Uchiha Madara. Ding! This role-playing task has officially begun, and the route to Shrek Academy has been automatically planned. From now on, the host please try to restore the original character's every move, and don't do anything that doesn't conform to the character setting. Well. Su Chen nodded calmly, then turned around domineeringly and went to Shrek Academy on the outskirts of Soto City. Along the way, Su Chen tried his best to imitate Uchiha Madara's steps that didn't recognize his relatives. He felt that he had walked very slowly, but in fact, he was jumping with each step, almost walking in the air, and soon arrived near the entrance of the village where Shrek Academy was located. At night, Shrek Academy and the surrounding villages were silent, and there were no people. Su Chen turned his eyes and found the dilapidated gate that marked Shrek Academy. He shook his long hair that was domineering in the middle of the night and walked in without paying attention to anyone. After receiving the huge amount of information in his mind, Su Chen was naturally not afraid of meeting soul masters like Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai in the state of being possessed by Madara. He even felt that even if Tang San's father Tang Hao came, he might not be able to defeat him in the state of being possessed by Madara. Although Su Chen from Blue Star was not good at fighting, in front of Madara's absolute power, he felt that he was no longer afraid of anyone at this time, including the titled Douluo. After entering the Shrek Academy village at night, Su Chen, who transformed into Uchiha Madara, had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly saw a white-haired old man jumping down from the house, and one leaped in front of him. Who is it? How dare you trespass into Shrek Academy? Seeing this old man, Su Chen remembered that in addition to Dean Flanders and Vice Dean Zhao Wuji, there are several teachers with good strength in Shrek Academy, and they should all be Soul Emperors. Then this old man is very likely the Soul Emperor who was responsible for registering Tang San and Xiao Wu in the original work. If it was Su Chen a few hours ago, he would never dare to make a fuss in front of such a strong man, but now it is different, now he is Uchiha Madara. Will Madara be afraid? Of course not. Even if facing 1,000,000 troops and tens of thousands of soul masters. Since you want to get an S-level evaluation, you must show the momentum of Banyat. Su Chen raised his chin slightly, looked down at the old man with a pair of rippled reincarnation eyes, and said in a domineering and calm voice. Don't block the way. Old man like you is not qualified to fight with me, Uchiha Madara. As he spoke, Su Chen's eyes were still filled with a hint of contempt and disdain. This was not because he looked down on the old man, but because he had to show the momentum of a villain. Uchiha Madara. I don't think I've heard of this name in the Soul Master world. Facing the arrogant and contemptuous attitude of the man in front of him, the old man who was in charge of the night watch at Shrek Academy was also shocked, and then he roared. What a big tone! The next second, 6 soul rings slowly rose from the feet of the old man. This man was indeed the old man who signed up for Tang San and Xiao Wu in the original work. Looking at the 6 soul rings on the old man, Su Chen, who already had the power of Madara, did not feel the slightest sense of oppression. In his opinion, Uchiha Madara would never take such an opponent seriously, and he would not even bother to kill such an opponent. Otherwise, with Madara's strength, the 5 shadows who fought with him in Naruto would have died countless times. Therefore, Su Chen also planned to deal with the Old Soul Emperor in front of him, and then let the Shrek Seven Devils and the Seven Devils and the cowardly Xiaogang come out. Chapter 4 The heavenly star of the earth-shaking star fell from the sky, and you know nothing about power. Thinking of this, Su Chen calmly took a few steps forward, as if he didn't take the Old Soul Emperor who had released 4 soul rings in front of him seriously at all. Quickly retreat, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Seeing that this domineering long-haired man didn't take him seriously at all, the Old Soul Emperor finally couldn't help it. The 2 soul rings on his body lit up instantly, and his old body pounced on Su Chen like a mad lion. That's right, this Old Soul Emperor also possesses the beast martial spirit. At this moment, this old man's old body has expanded several times, and his dry hands are covered with thick hair. As a Soul Emperor, the power of this attack should not be underestimated. Facing the fierce claws of the Old Soul Emperor, Su Chen directly raised the huge palm leaf fan in his right hand, and then when the Old Soul Emperor rushed over, he instantly launched one of Madara's special skills. Uchiha Rebound. Bang! The next second, the Old Soul Emperor who rushed in front of Su Chen was heavily rebounded by the strong force. This scene is very similar to the scene in Naruto when Uchiha Madara first appeared and used Uchiha Rebound to bounce off Naruto's attack. Therefore, at this time, the voice of praise from the system elf came to Su Chen's mind. Great! The host acted so well, the A-level evaluation is guaranteed. At this moment, Su Chen's face, which was exactly the same as Madara's, did not show any ripples. After all, he was in the state of acting and could not be easily distracted. Su Chen only glanced at the old man Soul Emperor who fell a few dozen meters away, and then walked forward slowly again without paying attention to anyone else. At the same time, his hands slowly crossed together, which was also a familiar signature move of Ban Yat. Through the brief fight with the old man Soul Emperor just now, Su Chen also roughly understood how powerful Madara's destructive power was in this world. I am afraid that except for the 3 peerless Douluo, other titled Douluo may not be Madara's opponent even if they come at the same time. Unfortunately, there are only 2 hours, so Su Chen must strive to get an A-level evaluation or above. In that case, there will be another chance to transform into Madara in the future, which is a very powerful life-saving trump card. The attack of the Old Soul Emperor just now seemed to be very fast and had a strong attack power, but in Madara's eyes of reincarnation, it was like an old man practicing Tai Chi. Therefore, after receiving a strong rebound force, the Old Soul Emperor, who fell dozens of meters away, was already pale and did not dare to attack again. Then, several figures came quickly from not far away. The one flying in the front was Flanders, the Dean of Shrek Academy, who had entered the owl's body and had a pair of owl-like wings on his back. Flanders had a flying martial spirit, so his speed was naturally the fastest. Following closely behind him were Zhaowuji, the Akala, and the others were teachers of Shrek Academy. At the level of Soul Emperor and Soul Saint, they all had mental power, so when Su Chen used Uchiha's Rebound to defeat the old man who was on night watch, all the strong men hidden in Shrek Academy were alarmed. After discovering that someone was coming, Su Chen immediately stopped and looked in that direction. Sure enough, Su Chen once again saw the familiar characters in the anime, the Dean of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat owl Rand, and the face of the fat Akala Zhaowuji. There were several teachers from Shrek Academy behind. The one Su Chen was most impressed with was the bald man holding a long stick. At this time, he also saw the appearance of that teacher. Soon, the 2 deans and several teachers headed by Flanders all appeared in front of Su Chen. Su Chen gently raised his chin, and there was no panic on the face that looked exactly like Madara, because just after the huge amount of information poured into his mind, he had already understood all of Madara's abilities and ninjutsu, including some abilities that Madara had never used in Naruto, such as Shinra Tensei and Chibaku Tensei, which Madara could also use. Now, if Su Chen wanted to activate these ninjutsu, he just had to read out the names in his mind. In this case, even if he didn't understand fighting, as long as he used these heaven-defying ninjutsu, it would be enough to give these people in front of him a pot. Chapter 5 Seeing Uchiha Madara, the Shrek 7 devils were all trembling with fear. If that doesn't work, just use Madara's complete Susanoo. Su Chen believed that Flanders and Zhao Wuji and others in front of him could not break the defense of the complete Susanoo. In Douluo continent, the only person who could break the defense of the complete Susanoo, apart from the 100-level god, was Tang Hao, who used the Great Sumi Hammer and the 9 rings to explode. And now Su Chen was going to use Madara's meteorite falling from the sky. Who are you? Why did you break into my Shrek Academy and dare to hurt my Shrek Academy teacher? Unable to figure out the opponent's strength, Flanders, as the dean, did not take action immediately, but flew in the air, looking at the arrogant and unruly long-haired man with a solemn face. Faced with Flanders' questioning, Su Chen slowly raised his face and spoke calmly in Madara's voice. You are the dean here, right? I want you to bring all the 7 students in the academy and a man named Xiaogang to me, otherwise this academy will disappear completely tonight. What, you are here for Xiaogang and the children? Looking at the arrogant long-haired man in front of him, Flanders was shocked. As the dean, how could he hand over his good brother and the students he trained personally to such a dangerous person? The 7th soul ring on Flanders' body lit up instantly, and the wings behind him were rapidly enlarging. The whole person seemed to have completely turned into a huge 4-eyed cat owl. I don't care what your purpose is here. But if you want me to hand over the children of the academy and Xiaogang to you, that's a foolish dream. I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise, you will never be able to leave. After saying this, Flanders' 7th soul ring had completely merged into his body. 7th soul skill, the true form of the 4-eyed cat owl. You know nothing about power. Looking at the huge 4-eyed cat owl in the night sky, Su Chen finally slowly raised one hand and silently recited the 4 words that he had prepared long ago. Heavenly Shock Star. This is exactly the move that Uchiha Madara used when he first appeared after the Impure World reincarnation, also known as meteorite falling from the sky. Many people don't know this move, and they think it is the Chibaku Tensei. In fact, in terms of destructive power alone, it is more terrible than the Chibaku Tensei. It can directly summon 2 huge meteorites in the sky, and the second meteorite is twice as big as the first meteorite. When Su Chen shouted the 4 words Heavenly Shock Star, his hands immediately began to form seals quickly, and the speed was so fast that he flew up. Then, he felt that his vision seemed to have been able to see the entire deep night sky. Summoning meteorites in the sky should be a kind of spiritualism. Under Su Chen's shocked gaze, he saw a huge meteorite appear in the deep night sky in the next second. The whole meteorite was round, covering the sky and the sun, and its diameter even reached thousands of meters. Oh my! After seeing the huge meteorite in the deep night sky, even Su Chen himself was shocked. Such a large meteorite, let alone in Douluo continent, even if it hits the earth, it is equivalent to the power of a nuclear bomb explosion. In the ninja world, if it hadn't been for the old man Tsuchikage desperately resisting the meteorite, if it really fell, it would be estimated that more than half of the entire ninja coalition would have been killed or injured. What are you doing? Seeing the long-haired and domineering man in front of him holding one hand high, his strange eyes still staring at the deep night sky, Flanders quickly asked. Su Chen did not answer, because he knew that at this time, except for him, Flanders, Zhao Wuji and others had not seen the huge meteorite summoned in the deep night sky. Now the meteorite is falling rapidly under the acceleration of gravity. Since you don't say anything, don't blame me, Flanders, for being ruthless. In the state of the 4-eyed cat eagle's true body, Flanders quickly swooped down from the night sky, releasing a powerful soul wave to approach Su Chen. 4th soul skill, Eagle Claw Tearing. Flanders raised his hand suddenly, and the 4-eyed cat eagle's true body covering him directly raised the huge eagle claws and tore towards Su Chen. With the blessing of Uchiha Madara's huge chakra, Su Chen was not afraid of Flanders's pressure at all. He quickly took a step back and immediately recited 5 words in his heart. Part of the body is Susanoo, block. Chapter 6 Release the Heavenly Ambush Star, an extremely domineering appearance. Su Chen, who transformed into Uchiha Madara, could only truly control this character like playing a game. He had to read out his name before using any moves and attacks. Although he could not be as powerful as the real Uchiha Madara, he would naturally have no problem dealing with the people in front of him. After receiving that strange and huge information, Su Chen truly understood Uchiha Madara's strength. What he showed in the last battle of Naruto was actually only a part of it. There were still many powerful techniques that he had not used, including Shinra Tensei and Wangxiang Tianyan, which he could also use. Bang! The next second, Su Chen's raised right hand turned into a huge blue Susanoo arm, and with a slap, Flanders' eagle claw flew out, and Flanders under the martial soul true body was smashed more than 10 meters away. This is the Susanoo transformation of part of the body. Flanders turned over in the air and was about to continue to attack, but suddenly heard Zhao Wuji's call from behind. "Dean, what is that?" Seeing that the old bachelor Flanders hadn't reacted yet, Su Chen, who had transformed into Uchiha Madara, kindly reminded him. "Four-eyed old man, please look up and look at the sky." Flanders' face changed, and he quickly looked up at the night sky. The next second, his eyes widened and his glasses almost fell off. This is... Flanders' body was shaking violently in the air, including Zhao Wuji and the teachers of Shrek Academy. Because they saw a huge meteorite that was enough to cover the entire village had blocked the moon and was slowly pressing down from the night sky towards Shrek Academy. The meteorite was actually more than 1,000 meters long, covering the entire village for a while, and it was still rolling. In fact, Su Chen was still using chakra to control the huge meteorite at this time, otherwise, the old bachelor Flanders and Zhao Wuji and others would not even have the chance to react and would be crushed into meat patties. At this time, Su Chen raised his chin, crossed his hands, and put on an expression that looked like Madara, and said to Flanders, Zhao Wuji and the stunned teachers. "If you want to continue fighting with me, Uchiha Madara, you'd better break my trick first, otherwise, the whole village, including you, will be wiped out immediately." Then, under Su Chen's control, the huge meteorite rolled and pressed down towards the village of Shrek Academy again, and it was even less than 100 meters away from the entire academy. In fact, this Tianijin star can summon 2 meteorites in the night sky at the same time, and the second one is twice as big as the first one, but Su Chen did not summon the second meteorite because it was completely unnecessary, otherwise it would be too big, and it would be bad if Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were scared to tears. If it is too big, those girls will be scared and cry. No. It's really going to come down. Flanders' old face was solemn, and he shouted loudly. "Quick, Zhao Wuji, Teacher Li! Everyone hold on to me and block this meteorite together. The children are still resting now. Don't hurt them." At this time, Flanders certainly didn't care about the mysterious long-haired man anymore. He swooped down quickly and used his flying ability to bring Zhao Wuji and several other teachers into the air to resist the pressure of the huge meteorite together. 7th Soul Skill. Wuhan Zhenshen. Zhao Wuji, who used Wuhan Zhenshen, directly transformed into a huge and powerful King Kong bear, and his 2 bear paws supported the meteorite that was pressing down. Flanders and several teachers nearby naturally tried their best to stop the meteorite from falling. At this moment, Flanders, Zhao Wuji and the teachers did temporarily block the meteorite from falling, but after Su Chen injected chakra again, the huge meteorite began to slowly press down again. Flanders, Zhao Wuji and the teachers all slowly retreated to the ground under the pressure of the huge meteorite. The old bachelor Flanders had already clenched his teeth, his old face twisted, and it seemed that he was about to collapse. Chapter 7 Little Flathead Xiaogang, you are so awesome. After all, this meteorite is too big, and it is definitely not something that a soul saint can resist, even if an ordinary titled Douluo comes. Looking at Flanders, Xiaoguji, and the teachers who are still holding on, Suchen, with his hands crossed, once again spoke in the tone of Uchiha Madara, full of domineering. I think you can't hold on any longer, so hurry up and get those 7 students and that guy named Xiaogang out, otherwise, you will all die here. Who are you? Why do you want to destroy my Shrek Academy? Flanders gritted his teeth and supported the huge meteorite. When he looked at the long-haired man again, a hint of fear appeared in his old eyes. Because at this time, anyone can see that the man who calls himself Uchiha Madara is not joking. He really has the strength to make everyone die here tonight. Suchen did not respond, but continued to watch Flanders and the teachers with an expressionless face as they tried their best to resist the huge meteorite that slowly fell. Feeling that he was about to collapse, Flanders hurriedly said to Xiaoguji beside him. Leave this to me alone, you leave immediately, take the children and Xiaogang to retreat together. Xiaoguji hurriedly retorted loudly. Then what will you do, Flanders? No, we have been brothers for so many years, I absolutely cannot leave you here. Flanders took a sharp breath and said. Shrek Academy is my 20 years of hard work, I absolutely cannot leave, but you are different, now your mission is to protect the children, as long as the children are still alive, Shrek Academy will not perish. This person's strength is far stronger than ours, I am afraid that only His Majesty Haoshan can fight him, if His Majesty Haoshan is here, it is not his turn to be so presumptuous. Under the gaze of Suchen's reincarnation eye, what Flanders said at this time also fell clearly into his ears. Tang Hao. Suchen thought about it. Although Tang Hao's strength was far stronger than Flanders and Xiaoguji, he felt that even if Tang Hao used the Great Samuro Hammer, he could only threaten Uchiha Madara in the complete Susanoo state at most. As for whether he could win, it was really uncertain. Especially since Tang Hao was still injured and had not reached level 97, it was even more difficult to say. After all, Madara's strength was not to be underestimated. If he transformed into 6 paths Madara, I'm afraid that the 1000 paths flow would not work. Just when Xiaoguji and Flanders, the brothers, were in a dilemma, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Flanders, what's going on? What happened? Who was the owner of this voice? Of course, it was the cowardly master Xiaogang. Following Xiaogang at the same time, there were the Shrek 7 devils who were almost exactly the same as in the anime. Tang San and Dai Mubai were running in the front, followed closely by Zhu Zuqing, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar. Obviously, the big noise just now had awakened all the Shrek 7 devils. The cowardly master's flat head was naturally the one Suchen was most familiar with. It's showing up, that's good, I hate this flat-headed master the most, it's so disgusting, I'll make you kneel down and call you Banya later. Then Suchen suddenly raised his hand, and the huge meteorite that was originally descending hovered above the Shrek Academy, completely blocking everyone's sight, with an extremely strong sense of oppression. What? This huge meteorite is no longer descending. Realizing that the meteorite was no longer descending, Flanders hurriedly looked at Suchen, but found that Suchen was staring at Xiaogang and the Shrek 7 devils who came after them. Oh no! Xiaogang, don't come over here! There are enemies invading. Take the children and retreat. Seeing Xiaogang, Tang San, and others, Flanders, who was in the air, shouted loudly. Retreat, that won't work. The flat-headed man had no skills, but he said it arrogantly at this time. Flanders, since there are enemies, the children, and I must stay and protect Shrek Academy with you. Tang San behind him was the first to rush up and shouted. Teacher is right. We, the Shrek 7 devils, will never abandon the academy. I want to see who is looking for death and dares to attack us. Chapter 8 Uchiha Madara's threat makes the coward Xiaogang kneel down and kowtow. At this time, Xiaogang, Tang San still put on a very arrogant attitude, but when the Shrek Seven devils and Xiaogang all appeared in front of Su Chen, facing the huge meteorite floating above their heads, everyone felt their legs weak, and no one dared to pretend any more. The Shrek Seven devils looked up and looked at the huge meteorite less than 100 meters away from them in the air in disbelief, and fear appeared on their faces. What is that thing? Third brother, I'm so scared. Xiao Wu grabbed Tang San's arm and trembled with fear, like a frightened little rabbit. Tang San couldn't help but take a step back at this time, his eyes widened, and then he suddenly retracted his gaze and looked at the domineering long-haired man in a robe not far away, shouting in great shock. That meteorite, was it made by that person? Ah, that big rock above our heads, it won't really fall down, then we will all die. Ning Rongrong, who was wearing a light green floral dress, was so scared that her feet softened and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, she was supported by Zhu Zuqing next to her. But at this time, facing a huge meteorite beyond everyone's cognition, no one of the Shrek Seven devils was not afraid. Daimyo Bai's clenched fists trembled slightly. He had just wanted to rush up and beat up the long-haired man holding a palm leaf fan in front of him, but now he dared not move at all. After coming to his senses, Xiaogang shouted at Su Chen in a trembling voice. Who are you? How dare you attack Shrek Academy at night? What do you want to do? Su Chen looked down at the cowardly master who was trembling with fear in front of him with a domineering look and said. You must be Xiaogang, and the people next to you are the Shrek Seven devils. It's me, how do you know my name? If you have anything, come to me, don't embarrass these children. Xiaogang's old face was tense. Su Chen smiled, originally just a faint smile, but then it began to expand on Uchiha Madara's domineering face, showing Su Chen stretched out his hand and said to Flanders, Zhao Wuji and others in the air. You don't have to fight so hard. Since the person I'm looking for has appeared, the Tianai Zhenxing will not fall for the time being. Next, I will introduce myself to these children. My name is Uchiha Madara. I'm glad to meet you. Su Chen clenched the palm leaf fan in his hand and took a step closer to the Shrek Seven devils who were frightened and dared not speak. The Shrek Seven devils retreated collectively. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Ning Rongrong, the three girls, also looked at Su Chen nervously and fearfully. Tang San was quite bold, silently reciting those 4 words. Uchiha Madara? How come I have never heard of him? Is he a titled Douluo? Why, since you don't want to abandon the academy, then face it bravely. Su Chen held the palm leaf fan in one hand, slowly put it behind his back, and said to Tang San and others in front of him. I'll give you a chance. The 7 of you can attack me together now. As long as you can make me retreat 1 step and hold on to my hand for an incense stick of time, I will let you go today, including the entire academy. If you can't do it, then let your teacher, Xiaogang, kneel down and kowtow to me, and call me Master Ban. How about that? What? Tang San was the first one who couldn't listen anymore. He took out the Zhuge divine crossbow from his waist and pointed it at Su Chen's face. You dare to insult my teacher and let my teacher call you grandpa. A scholar can be killed, but not insulted. Even if we are not your opponent today, we are not afraid to duel with you. As Tang San took the lead, Daimyo Bai beside him also stepped forward and said. That's right. We have lived in Shrek Academy for so long. Shrek Academy is our home. We will never allow an outsider like you to trample on and destroy our home. We can fight with you, but it's a pipe dream to expect our teacher to kneel down and kowtow to you. Chapter 9 Tang San uses blue-silver grass to entangle, almost making Uchiha Madara die of laughter. It must be said that the Shrek Seven devils are still very courageous. With Tang San and Daimyo Bai taking the lead in the battle, the others don't seem so scared anymore, and they all stare at Su Chen. Including Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Ning Rongrong, the three girls, their faces also became fierce, as if they were eating people. Very good, you kids are really brave and fearless. Su Chen used his samsara eye to look at the Shrek 7 devils who were almost identical to the ones in the anime, then shook his head in disappointment, and sent the words he had just given to the old bachelor Flanders, Zhao Wuji, and others to the Shrek 7 devils headed by Tang San. What a pity, you know nothing about the power of God. Tang San, don't be stupid, leave quickly. Flanders in the air hurriedly persuaded Tang San and others, his hands were still mixed with the huge meteorite. Although Su Chen said that the meteorite would not fall, the old bachelor was obviously still not at ease. These kids lost, so they let me kneel. Xiaogang seemed to hear that the mysterious and domineering long-haired man in front of him seemed to be targeting him. After thinking about it, Xiaogang said directly to Tang San, Dai Mubai, and others. Since this man is coming for me, I will face him alone. You retreat as soon as possible and leave the village. As long as you are here, Shrek Academy will not perish. Okay, I didn't expect that you, the master, are so loyal and righteous. In this case, then you just kneel down, kowtow to me obediently, and call me Master Madara loudly. Su Chen raised his face gently, and the night wind blew his long hair in the wind. At this moment, he felt that he must be the craziest man in the world, too domineering. Why do you say that? Because Su Chen could clearly see that Tang San on the opposite side was already scared and dumbfounded. Su Chen knew that what he said to the master now was a bit too much and bullied this little flathead, but there was nothing he could do about it. This was the system's role-playing task. He had to defeat the Shrek 7 devils and make the cowardly master Xiaogang kneel down and kowtow, so that he could retire successfully and get this role-playing reward. What a big tone! I don't know when I, Xiaogang, offended a person like you, and you actually chased me to this academy to attack the children. But I am responsible for my own actions. As long as you let these children and my old brothers leave alive, I, Xiaogang, will let you deal with me. The little flat-headed man in front of him opened his eyes wide and walked towards Su Chen without fear. Okay, then I want to see if you, a master, are strong enough. Su Chen stretched out his hand and released a powerful chakra to press on Xiaogang. Xiaogang, who had originally stood straight, immediately began to bend and hunch his back, gritting his teeth and holding on. Teacher! Tang San shouted, and hurriedly held Xiaogang's arm, looking at Su Chen fiercely and shouting. I will never let you humiliate my teacher. Tang San suddenly raised his right hand and released the Zhuge divine crossbow to Su Chen without hesitation. Su Chen suddenly blinked his eyes, but found that the arrows of Zhuge's divine crossbow were not fast under his samsara eye. He dodged it by turning sideways, and then he waved his hand, holding the palm leaf fan behind him again, and launched an attack casually. Fire escape, Great Fireball Technique. Su Chen did not use the Great Fire Extinguishing Technique, but the Great Fireball Technique, because the range of the Great Fire Extinguishing Technique was too large. It was big enough to turn the entire Shrek Academy into a sea of fire. Everyone be careful, this fireball is extremely hot, we don't need to hold back, let's attack this invader together. As the core of the team, Tang San immediately began to command everyone, and at the same time he released his blue-silver grass to try to block the fire of the fireball technique. Let me do it, third brother, Phoenix Flame. At this time, none of the Shrek 7 devils retreated. Ma Hongjun quickly entered the state of martial spirit possession and released the red and purple Phoenix Flame to collide with the fireball technique. Then, 2 soul rings appeared on Dai Muabai's body. He quickly raised his hands and released the White Tiger Fierce Light Wave, finally resisting the rolling fireball. After attacking and dispersing the fireball, Tang San, Dai Muabai, and Zhao Wuji immediately launched a desperate attack on Su Chen. Blue-silver grass, entangle. Tang San controlled the blue-silver grass on the ground and entangled Su Chen. Chapter 10 Tang San uses blue-silver grass to entangle, almost making Uchiha Madara laugh to death, Part 2. This move almost made Su Chen laugh to death. He thought this should be Tang San's most powerful move, which could easily make people laugh to death. Fortunately, he held back. Daimyo Bai played as a forward, and directly entered the state of White Tiger King Kong transformation, smashing towards Su Chen's face. At this moment, Daimyo Bai paused for a moment because he saw Su Chen's eyes. How could it be a ripple-shaped eye? What on earth is this? At the moment Daimyo Bai paused, he suddenly froze in the air, and his raised fist also stopped in an instant. Su Chen waved the Uchiha palm leaf fan in his hand, and with a snap, he smashed Daimyo Bai, who was in the state of White Tiger King Kong transformation, out. No. Daimyo Bai's body flew dozens of meters like a sandbag, and hit the meteorite above his head, breaking into pieces, and his head was broken. What did Su Chen use just now? Of course, it was Pain's Tensei. In addition, Su Chen also discovered that Uchiha Madara's Samsara Eye had a unique illusion, which should be able to correspond to Uchiha Attackist Tsukuyomi and Shisui's Koda Amatsukami. Each Mangekyo Sharingan has a unique illusion. Uchiha Madara's illusion is called Tensei, which Su Chen learned by reading the huge and unfamiliar information in his mind. These pupil techniques that Uchiha Madara has not used in the anime should not be because Madara does not know how to use them, but he just disdains to use them. Ma Hongzhun's flames erupted from the front, and Su Chen was too lazy to dodge. He directly released Madara's chakra and completely ignored the attack of the phoenix flames. Fire escape, dragon fire technique. Su Chen automatically formed a seal and returned Ma Hongzhun's phoenix flames to him with the dragon fire technique. The speed of the dragon fire technique was extremely fast. Ma Hongzhun had no time to dodge at all, and was directly burned into a roasted hen, falling to the ground in embarrassment. Ma Hongzhun kept flopping on the ground, and Su Chen didn't want to waste any more time at this time, because his transformation time was only 2 hours. Su Chen stepped on the ground and came directly to the fallen Ma Hongzhun at a terrifying speed, and stepped hard on his face. Wow! I was wrong. I admit defeat, Master Madara. Ma Hongzhun, who was stepped on by Su Chen, immediately began to beg for mercy. He had just remembered the domineering name Su Chen said, so he called Master Madara before the master. Fatty. Seeing Ma Hongzhun being stepped on, Tang San was anxious and controlled the blue-silver grass to entangle Su Chen again. Tang San, do you really want to make me laugh to death? Looking at the blue-silver grass that Tang San was entangled with, Su Chen couldn't help laughing again. When Su Chen laughed, it was naturally Uchiha Madara who was laughing. At this time, Uchiha Madara covered his stomach with one hand, and almost became the state of wild laughter in Naruto. Then you will die of laughter. Tang San did not feel ashamed at this time, and continued to use the blue-silver grass to wrap around Su Chen's body. Su Chen realized that something was wrong. This guy might really want to make him die of laughter, so he quickly held back his laughter, shattered all the blue-silver grass with a fist, and then he sprinted instantly. In the eyes of Tang San and others, this speed can be regarded as teleportation. What? Tang San glared fiercely, and just as he was about to dodge, he suddenly felt that a big hand was firmly grasped by his neck. Yes, Su Chen had already grabbed Tang San in his hand at this moment, and lifted Tang San up abruptly. In this process, Su Chen was still very serious about restraining his strength, because if he was not careful, he would really strangle Tang San to death after becoming Uchiha Madara. When pinching Tang San's neck, seeing Tang San's painful and twisted face, Su Chen, who had transformed into Uchiha Madara, smiled wildly again. Do you want to dance too? This is exactly what Su Chen said to Tang San at this time, and it is also what Uchiha Madara said to Tang San. You, You, this devil! Tang San's face gradually became distorted, his eyes were red, and he looked at Su Chen angrily and helplessly. Chapter 11 The Cowardly Yu Xiaogang, he finally knelt down. Su Chen's eyes flashed, and suddenly found that a small hammer seemed to appear in Tang San's left hand. But such a small clear sky hammer, is it useful in front of Uchiha Madara? Of course it is useless. Third brother. At this moment, Xiao Wu suddenly shouted out loudly, and her little face looked like she was about to cry. Let Tang San go. The flat-headed Yu Xiaogang gritted his teeth and roared as if he had made some important decision. Since you are here for me, don't embarrass this teenager. Okay, I promise you, I will kneel down and kowtow to you now, as long as you can let Xiao San go. Yu Xiaogang's voice was almost roaring, and it seemed that this flat-headed man was also forced to the point. Su Chen's grip on Tang San's neck loosened slightly, and the ripple-shaped samsara eye looked at Yu Xiaogang. Okay, then kneel down, what you did back then, a coward, is worth the price you pay today. What I did back then? Yu Xiaogang's old eyes widened, and after thinking carefully, he couldn't remember what disgusting things he had done, but he suddenly thought of the Spirit Hall. Could it be that this Uchiha Madara was sent by the Spirit Hall? Thinking of this, seeing Tang San's painful face, Yu Xiaogang knew that he had no time to think about it, and finally bent his legs and knelt on the ground. Master! Seeing Yu Xiaogang kneeling down, Oscar, who was holding a sausage on the side, shouted anxiously. Tang San also widened his eyes, looked at it in disbelief, and shook his head desperately. Teacher, don't! Flanders and Zhao Wuji, who were supporting the huge meteorite in the air, also widened their eyes, but it was a pity that they were too late to stop it. Yu Xiaogang's small flat head had hit the ground without any warning, and shouted a sentence that made Su Chen very excited. Master Madara, I beg you for mercy, please let my apprentice Tang San and the entire Shrek Academy go. At this moment, the surprised voice of the system elf finally came to Su Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host, you have perfectly completed the task of playing Uchiha Madara, and even made Master Yu Xiaogang kowtow and beg for mercy, calling you Madara. The task has been completed in excess, the host can leave as soon as possible, the duration of the transformation card is only half an hour, and the system will give rewards based on the host's performance this time. There is only half an hour left, so don't waste it anymore. Su Chen directly released Tang San's neck and threw him backwards. Third brother. Xiao Wu hurried to Tang San's side, looking at Tang San with worry and fear, and glared at Su Chen fiercely, shouting. You bad guy, I'm going to beat you to death. Daimyo Bai climbed up from the ground with blood on the corner of his mouth, but Zhu Zuqing did not come to help him at this time, but just looked at him from a distance. Ning Rongrong also looked at Su Chen with fear in his eyes. This made Su Chen feel that he seemed to be late. Tang San and Xiao Wu must have a deep relationship now, because both of them have returned from the Xingda Great Forest, but the relationship between Zhu Zuqing and Daimyo Bai should not be so strong. And Ning Rongrong. After thinking about it, Su Chen felt that this was not bad, anyway, he was not very interested in Xiao Wu. Looking at Yu Xiaogang who was still kneeling on the ground, Su Chen grabbed the Uchiha palm fan in his hand, raised his face arrogantly and domineeringly, and said. Yu Xiaogang, for your kneeling and kowtow, I will spare your life today. If you want revenge, you can come to me. I am Uchiha Madara. At the last moment, Su Chen was also imitating the tone of Uchiha Madara, and then he raised his hand violently, and the huge meteorite that was about to fall down gradually rose again and flew back to the depths of the night sky. What? Staring blankly at the huge meteorite that had left the ground and flew back into the night sky, the old face of the four-eyed cat owl Flanders was full of shock. What kind of amazing power is needed to make such a huge meteorite fly back into the air after approaching the ground? Chapter 12 Su Chen obtains the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the first goddess appears immediately. Looking at the long-haired arrogant man who was still holding the palm leaf fan, Flanders was relieved and curious at the same time. What is the purpose of this person coming to Shrek Academy? Is it just to make Xiaogang kneel down and kowtow to apologize and humiliate Xiaogang? In fact, the old bachelor Flanders really guessed it right. Su Chen came to make Yu Xiaogang kneel down and kowtow to him in front of everyone and call him master. Under the shocked and fearful gaze of everyone, Su Chen, who became Uchiha Madara, immediately performed the instant body technique and disappeared in the endless night. Seeing that the laughing Uchiha Madara had left, the frightened Tang San hurriedly ran up and helped his teacher Yu Xiaogang up. Yu Xiaogang looked very aggrieved at this time. As the wisdom corner of the golden iron triangle, when had he ever knelt down to anyone, and even kowtowed and called someone grandpa? Tang San knew that Yu Xiaogang was upset, but he didn't ask much. He blamed himself in his heart, thinking that if he and his companions were strong enough, his teacher Yu Xiaogang would not suffer such humiliation today. Yu Xiaogang panted weakly, and kept thinking in his heart. Who is this Uchiha Madara? Why did he let me, Yu Xiaogang, kneel down to him? Could it be that this person was sent by Bibi Dong? It's no wonder that Yu Xiaogang thought so. In his impression, the only woman he felt sorry for was Bibi Dong. At that time, after knowing that Bibi Dong was the saint of the Spirit Hall, under the strong pressure of the Spirit Hall, Yu Xiaogang was destined to break up, and then ran away without looking back, leaving Bibi Dong alone to bear everything silently. What's more disgusting is that Yu Xiaogang already knew Lu Erlong at that time. It can be said that he abandoned Bibi Dong for Lu Erlong. He had already cheated at that time, and the one who cheated was his Erlong sister. This is the most disgusting thing Yu Xiaogang did. No wonder the first task of the system is to punish this hypocrite. At this time, Su Chen, who had already left Shrek Academy, thought about the aggrieved look of Yu Xiaogang kneeling and kowtowing just now, and felt very relieved. After walking for a long time, the effect of the transformation card finally disappeared completely, and he turned back to the boy he was on Earth before. Hey, it's finally over, Madara is too powerful. Su Chen took a breath and then sat down carefully in the woods. Yes, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the first role-playing task. Through the system's comprehensive evaluation of the host's performance in this role-playing, the host is given an A-level evaluation, and is rewarded with the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, with the ability, Suzanu, and from now on it will be the host's first martial soul training. In addition, the host is rewarded with an Uchiha Madara transformation card, which can be transformed into Uchiha Madara at any time in times of crisis. A-level evaluation. Su Chen was a little disappointed, but after thinking about it, he felt that he seemed to have let himself go a little bit later, especially when he saw Tang San's blue-silver grass entangled. He laughed at that time. Maybe it was because he made Uchiha Madara laugh several times that he failed to get an S-level evaluation. Okay, this is not bad. Just as Su Chen was thinking, he suddenly felt a special power entering his eyes, and then that power permeated his whole body, making him feel particularly comfortable. Could it be? I already have the Mangekyo Sharingan. Feeling that what he saw had changed, Su Chen ran to a pond with doubt and looked at his reflection in the water. Sure enough, Su Chen saw that his eyes had turned into 3 Magatama Sharingan. No, why not the Mangekyo Sharingan? Host, have you forgotten how you used your ability when you played Uchiha Madara? As long as you silently recite in your heart and open the Mangekyo Sharingan, it will automatically switch to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan state. If you just want to open the Sharingan, you only need to silently recite a sentence and open the Sharingan. So that's it. Su Chen's heart moved, and he immediately silently recited in his heart. Open the Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 13 Who will be the first goddess? Su Chen's wonderful journey. Shua. A strange feeling spread from Su Chen's eyes, and then he saw the blood-red 3 Magatama Sharingan in his eyes began to rotate rapidly, and finally condensed into the strongest Mangekyo Sharingan. But at this moment, Su Chen suddenly found that 3 black soul rings had appeared on his body. What is this? Su Chen couldn't help asking curiously. Of course, this is the host's soul ring. The system elf explained. Through the reward of A-level role-playing, the Mangekyo Sharingan has become the host's martial soul, and the host has also obtained the blessing of the innate soul power level 30 and 3 divine role-playing soul rings. At present, these 3 soul rings correspond to Great Fireball Technique, Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu. In other words, my first soul skill is Great Fireball Technique, the second soul skill is Tsukuyomi, and the third soul skill is Amaterasu. Su Chen understood the meaning of the system elf and looked at himself reflected in the water in shock. The system elf said affirmatively. That's right. Since the host has just arrived in Douluo continent, the system has already turned on the novice operation mode, so when using soul skills, the host does not need to do anything, just recite the name of the soul skill in your heart, and the soul power will automatically condense. So magical. Su Chen looked around and found that there was no one, so he just recited in his heart. The first soul skill, the Fireball Technique. As soon as he finished reciting, Su Chen felt a fierce burning in his throat. He opened his mouth quickly, and the flames sprayed out of his mouth, condensing into a huge fireball and rolling towards a distance. This is amazing. Su Chen couldn't help but admire it, and the system elf continued. The host's soul power is now level 31. From now on, every time the host's soul power increases by 1 level, you can draw a lottery. As long as you can draw a character transformation card, you can trigger the role-playing task. After completing it, you can obtain exclusive character skills. The characters involved are Uchiha Itaki, Uchiha Madara, 6 Paths Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, Uzumaki Naruto, Killer Hit, One Punch Man Saitama, Kakarot, etc. If the host draws a goddess exclusive card, there is no need to transform. You can directly summon the goddess from another world to Douluo continent as the host's combat power assistance. What? You can draw a lottery every time you increase your soul power by 1 level, and you can also summon the goddess to Douluo continent. Su Chen's expression changed, and his face was full of excitement. So, I can also play Uchiha Itaki, Nizuzi, Uzumaki Naruto, Obito, Shisui, and even Kakarot, Majin Buu in the future. Of course, the host may have the transformation cards of all popular characters. The system elf explained. When the host's soul power reaches a bottleneck, that is, the soul power reaches level 40, level 50, level 60, when you draw a lottery, there will definitely be a character transformation card. The exclusive skills obtained by playing the role will become the host's next soul skill, which may be Kota Amatsukami, Izanami, Tenkan Sword, Double Kamui, etc. If it is not a reward obtained when the soul power reaches a bottleneck, it will become the host's own soul skill. For example, when the soul power reaches level 32, playing as Uzumaki Naruto and obtaining the Raise Nan will become the host's own soul skill. Is that so? Then I understand. Su Chen thought about it and asked again. Then what characters are the exclusive cards of the goddess? If the exclusive cards of the female body are used, will they come to Douluo continent immediately? The transformation cards of the goddesses include Hinata Hyuga, Tsunade, Sakura Harino, Teiwaya, Kaguya, Queen Medusa, Yunyun, Yan Lingji, Angel Yan, etc. The answer of the system elf made Su Chen very excited. Many of them were the goddesses he liked on Blue Star. Using the exclusive goddess cards, of course they can be summoned to Douluo continent, and they will never return to their original world. As for how the exclusive goddesses summoned to Douluo continent become stronger, it depends on the intimacy between the host and them. As long as the intimacy between the host and them is higher, they will become stronger. Oh my god, it can be like this. Chapter 14. Using the goddess summoning sticker, the first goddess belonging to Su Chen will appear immediately. Su Chen couldn't help but be a little shocked. Of course, in order to make the host's life in Douluo continent less lonely, the system will give the host an additional random goddess exclusive card. After using it, you can randomly summon a goddess to Douluo continent. As long as you get close to her and gain her favor, she can not only follow the host wholeheartedly, but also continuously strengthen her own abilities and become a powerful combat assistant for the host. Hearing the voice in his mind, Su Chen touched his pocket and found that there were really 2 more different cards. Su Chen hurriedly took the 2 cards of different colors in his hand and observed carefully. He found that one of the golden cards was the one he had used before. The pattern on it was the domineering appearance of Uchiha Madara holding the huge cattail leaf fan. The other card was purple and there was no pattern on it. It seemed that it was not yet determined which goddess could be summoned. I hope it's Hinata Hyuga, or Sister Yun Yun, or Queen Medusa. Su Chen thought to himself, and then carefully put away the 2 transformation cards. He didn't plan to summon the goddess here. He had to go to the hotel in Soto City to open a room and then summon it. The system elf continued. In addition, the host can now use Susanoo, which is the forbidden power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It is not a soul skill, but it consumes a lot of energy each time it is used. The host only needs to silently say one sentence in the battle, "Open Susanoo." If you want to use the complete form of Susanoo, you must reach level 70 and have a martial soul true body before you can open it. This Su Chen is very easy to understand. The martial soul true body equivalent to this Mangekyo Sharingan is the complete form of Susanoo. Next, the system elf told Su Chen some ways to become stronger by playing roles. For example, the Susanoo he has now is just a blue double-bladed giant Susanoo that is exactly the same as Uchiha Madara. If he wants to have another form of Susanoo, with Uchiha attack as Red Flame Susanoo, and with 3 artifacts, then he must play Uchiha attack as several times and get an A-level rating or above before he can have it. If you want to have Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo form again, you also need to play Nejiriko. If you want to obtain the Killer Hits Flash Time skill, you also need to act. However, compared to these, what made Su Chen happiest was that the system elf also told him that he didn't need to practice by himself now. His Mangekyo Sharingan had been loaded with an automatic practice system, and his soul power was automatically practiced. After each level up, he would receive a reminder and could start the lottery. With great excitement, Su Chen finally returned to Soto City not long after, and then found a martial soul branch hall and took a soul power test. Level 31, Soul Master, congratulations, kid, you can enjoy a subsidy of 100 gold soul coins every year in the future. After taking the Soul Master badge, you can go there directly to receive it. The adult in the Martial Soul Branch Hall was also full of surprise when he saw that Su Chen had become a Soul Master in his teens, and he was very polite to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded, and after receiving the Soul Master badge, he successfully received a subsidy of 100 gold soul coins on the other side. With 100 gold soul coins, Su Chen immediately bought a soul guide belt in Soto City that can store things like Tang San's 24 Bridges Moonlit Night, and carefully put his Uchiha Madara transformation card and the goddess exclusive card in it. After wandering around the streets of Soto City for a while, Su Chen felt that now that he had soul power, his body was much stronger than before, and he could adapt to this feeling. Then he touched the soul guide on his waist and thought, "It's almost time to summon my goddess." So Su Chen came to a hotel opposite, paid the gold soul coins, chose a luxurious room, and opened the door and walked in. The room that came into view, Su Chen felt that it was not much different from the one on Earth. There were also luminous soul guide wicks, exquisite tables and chairs, and a soft big bed, a clean toilet and a pool for bathing. Except for the lack of TV and internet, this room has almost everything that should be there. This is nothing strange, because Su-chen originally came to the world of Douluo continent in the anime. The world of Douluo continent in the anime is indeed more realistic. Whether it is the architecture or the furnishings in the room, they are similar to Europe in the 17th and 18th centuries. Everything seen in this room has also appeared in the anime. Su-chen did not think much about it. He took a comfortable bath in the pool first, then sat down on the bed. Feeling that it was getting dark again, he took out the purple random goddess exclusive card from the soul guide on his waist and said silently in his heart. "Show up, my exclusive goddess, please come to me." This sentence was not thought out by Su-chen himself, but the unique summoning spell of this goddess exclusive card. Chapter 15 The white-eyed girl Hyaga Hinata appears and interacts with Su-chen for the first time. After shouting this sentence, the purple goddess exclusive card in Su-chen's hand flashed with dazzling light, instantly illuminating the entire room. Then, Su-chen saw a circle of light appear in the room out of thin air, and blue light shone down, as if forming a channel, full of technology. The next second, a sexy girl with a round face and big eyes suddenly fell from the sky and appeared in the room out of thin air. The girl had long black hair draped over her shoulders. She had a plump figure and a pretty face that was white and tender. She wore a plump and loose top shirt and a pair of tight black casual pants. The most eye-catching thing was that she was wearing a cute ninja forehead protector on her neck. "I am a genin forehead protector of the Konoha ninja village." Seeing this scene, Su-chen's eyes lit up instantly, and the whole person couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Who is this girl? Need I say more? Su-chen recognized her at a glance. This was the young lady Hyaga Hinata whom he had been looking forward to the most from the beginning. This is the most popular female character in Naruto. She is incomparable, and she is also gentle and well-behaved, and always loyal. Wearing the Konoha ninja forehead protector on her neck is exactly Hinata's unique cute posture. Obviously, Su-chen found that Hinata, who had just arrived in Douluo continent at this time, should be only 12 or 13 years old, and may have just graduated from the ninja school to become a genin. Her face was still a little immature, but her body had developed very well, and even the thick and loose clothes could not cover her beautiful figure. Hinata, who is about the same age as me, is too perfect. Su-chen quickly sat up from the bed, pretended to be calm and coughed a few times, and then took the initiative to reach out and greet Hinata and said, "Hello." Looking at Hinata's round and cute eyes, Su-chen was still a little confused. He looked at the strange room around him in a daze. He probably judged that this was not a goddess created by the system, but a real Hyaga Hinata from the ninja world and the Konoha ninja village. This is quite amazing. The 12-year-old Hyaga Hinata had just graduated from the ninja school and became a genin. She might be preparing to meet her teacher Yui Kurane. Suddenly, she inexplicably crossed the way and came to this strange Douluo continent. The fact is just as Su-chen thought. Hinata at this time didn't know where this place was, nor how she got here. Hinata looked at Su-chen with some fear and vigilance. After looking at Su-chen for a few times, she quickly stepped back, shrank into the corner, and asked Su-chen facing him. "Who are you? Where is this place? Am I not on my way to carry out a mission? Why? Why did you come here?" Hinata's voice was very small, like a mosquito's cry, and it sounded full of grievance. She even took out a kunao from the ninja bag on her waist and held it in her hand, while vigilantly observing Su-chen, and at the same time judging whether there were other enemies. This. How did you get here? I don't know very well, but I think your face is a little familiar. Could it be that you are the eldest daughter of the Hyaga family, Hyaga Hinata? Su-chen showed an embarrassed and pretended to be shocked expression on his face, but he was thinking in his heart. Fortunately, what Hinata said here has become a language I can understand, so it is much easier to communicate, but in order for Hinata to quickly accept the matter of crossing and stay by my side, some places still have to lie. What? How do you know my name? Hinata gently blinked her round and cute big eyes, carefully looked at the unfamiliar Su-chen, and couldn't help asking again. Are you also a genin from Konoha? Are we still in the village? After confirming that there was no one else in the room and that the other party was just a handsome boy of her age, Hinata finally stopped being so scared and nervous, and slowly put down the kunao in her hand. Hinata didn't believe that such a bizarre thing as time travel could happen. She thought she was still in the ninja world, or even in someone else's room in Konoha Ninja Village. She just accidentally got hit by some barrier and teleported, or someone was playing a prank on her. Chapter 16 Hyaga Hinata was scared. Su-chen lied that he was from the Uchiha clan. What? Are you really the eldest daughter of the Hyaga clan, Hyaga Hinata? Su-chen pretended to look at Hinata in disbelief, then pretended to look at the cute ninja forehead protector on her neck, and said with a serious face. It seems that the same thing happened to you as it did to me. The same thing, what happened? Who are you? Hinata felt something was wrong at this time. She found that after coming to this world, the only chakra in her body seemed to have changed, and the room around her also gave her a strange feeling. Su-chen took a few steps forward, facing the Hyaga Hinata who was exactly the same as in Naruto, took a deep breath, and said calmly. In fact, this is no longer the ninja world we originally lived in. This is a world called Douluo continent. I am Su-chen. I used to have another name, Uchiha-chen. I used to live in the ninja world like you, in the Konoha ninja village, but one day after I went out, I accidentally walked into a strange wooden house. When I came out, I had come to this world completely different from the ninja world. This is a world where everyone cultivates martial spirits, a world belonging to soul masters. These words were naturally made up by Su-chen. In fact, his crossing was just waking up from a sleep and finding himself in Douluo continent. Su-chen said this now so that Hinata could accept the fact that she had crossed to Douluo continent as soon as possible, and let her have more dependence, so that she could become stronger quickly. Now Su-chen already has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which will evolve into the Samsara Eye in the future. Hinata, who is 12 years old, now has the Byakugan. Su-chen wants her Byakugan to evolve into the Samsara Eye in the future, so that she can dominate the entire Douluo continent with him. The Samsara Eye plus the Samsara Eye can naturally look down on the entire Douluo continent. Strange wooden house, Douluo continent. Hinata, who is only 12 years old, obviously can't accept such a huge amount of information. After staring at Su-chen blankly for a few seconds, she still asked with some doubt. You said your previous name was Uchiha-chen. But the Uchiha clan has obviously perished, and only a boy named Uchiha Sasuke is left. What? The Uchiha clan was destroyed? Su-chen pretended to be unacceptable, his eyes widened, then he sighed and said. Alas, I didn't expect that the Uchiha clan could not escape the sanctions in the end. When I didn't come to this world, the Uchiha clan was the second Hyaga clan in the village, second only to your Hyaga clan. I really didn't expect it. Forget it, I don't want to ask about the affairs of that world anymore. Anyway, we can't go back. Even if we want to go back, I'm afraid we have to wait a long time before we have the chance. Su-chen had just asked the system elf about this. The system elf told him that the goddesses summoned to Douluo continent are not necessarily unable to return to their original world, but they must wait until he completes all the role-playing tasks in Douluo continent before they can go to other worlds to continue playing roles, such as playing One Punch Man Saitama in the ninja world, Ultra Instinct Sun Wukong, etc. Therefore, even if he wants to take Hinata back to the ninja world in the future, it will take many years to do it. What? I can't go back. Hyaga Hinata looked shocked. She hurried to the window, looked at the strange buildings and the dark night sky outside, and finally felt the panic from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 17 Hyaga Hinata came to Douluo continent, she was so scared. No, this must be just a strange city. As long as I leave here and ask people, I will definitely be able to return to the land of fire, to the village and family I love. Even though she saw it with her own eyes, Hyaga Hinata was still unwilling to believe this fact. She bit her lips hard and shook her head desperately, but just turned around and saw the handsome boy in black tights and strange hairstyle again. Yes, Su Chen's clothes are no longer Blue Star's clothes. When he moved into this hotel, he specially bought a brand new black tights in the clothing store in Soto City. He looks no different from the children in this world. It's just the hairstyle. Of course, the short bangs designed by Blue Star's professional designers are better. Looking at the frightened Hyaga Hinata in front of him, Su Chen said seriously. Accept the reality, Hinata, you are no longer in your original world, just like me before, we have come to a brand new world, this is a world called Douluo continent. In the first few years, I also tried various ways to return to Konoha Ninja village like you, but without exception, all failed. No. I don't believe what you said at all. How could I not see my clansmen and family? How can you prove that you were once a child of the Uchiha clan? At this time, Hyaga Hinata felt very scared and wronged. Although she was abandoned by her father and family, she was very sad during this period. As a genin, she had to face the test of life and death at all times, but even so, she never thought of completely letting go of the identity of Hyaga Hinata. Now that she has come to this strange world, she can no longer go back to the village and see her family. How can Hinata not be afraid? In addition to her family, there is naturally Uzumaki Naruto, whom she has liked since childhood. This should be proved, Hinata. Su Chen smiled faintly, and the next second, his eyes turned into two jade-like blood-red Sharingan. This is not because Su Chen wants to possess Hinata Hyaga, but because the goddess who was summoned here can't go back. She must accompany him to complete the role-playing task. This is the rule set by the role-playing system, and he has no choice. So instead of using other reasons to deceive Hinata, it is better to tell her the truth directly and let her be prepared to accompany him on adventures in Douluo continent in the future. As for the future, Hinata Hyaga will definitely be able to be sent back to the ninja world. And by then, Hinata Hyaga will already have the turning eye and the 100,000-year soul rings all over her body. After returning, she can easily beat 6 paths pain. At that time, Su Chen, let alone, will have all the pupil techniques of the Mangekyo Sharingan and various forms of the complete Susanoo, as well as the Scion body, the flash time Kung Fu, the serious punch, etc. At that time, he will bring Hinata Hyaga back to the ninja world again. Wouldn't it be more impressive? Calculating the time, Su Chen felt that after he and Hinata Hyaga finished all the adventures in Douluo continent and sent her back to the ninja world, it would be almost the time when the Fourth Ninja World War began. Then by then, Naruto and Sasuke would not need to save the world, he and Hinata would be enough. Your eyes are... Seeing Su Chen's blood-red eyes, Hinata Hyaga suddenly trembled. As the eldest daughter of the Hyaga family, she had certainly heard of these eyes. It was one of the 3 major eye techniques that were as famous as the Byakugan, and it was also the unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan that had been exterminated, the Sharingan. But the next second, Hinata couldn't help but shed tears in her eyes, because after seeing that the boy had the Sharingan, it meant that she and the boy were indeed the same person. Now that the boy is trapped here, it proves that she may not be able to go back. Is all this true? Will I never see my family, Naruto-kun again? Hyaga Hinata suddenly lowered her head, crossed her 2 fingers tightly together, and looked like she was about to cry. Chapter 18 Hyaga Hinata chose to believe this boy, Su Chen is so amazing. Hey, no. Although all this is true, it is not completely impossible to go back. Su Chen plucked up the courage, put a hand on Hyaga Hinata's back, and hurriedly tried every way to comfort her. Think about it. I have the Sharingan, and you have the Byakugan. We are from the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan respectively. As long as we work hard to become stronger in this world and let me open the ultimate Mangekyo Sharingan, we will definitely be able to break all the shackles and bring you home again. We can also let your companions who haven't seen you for many years see a completely different you. Hyuga Hinata's body trembled violently, and she quickly raised her face, looking at Su-chen with some grievance and confusion. Su-chen smiled and continued. And you can learn to understand this world with me. In fact, Douluo continent is also very beautiful. People here yearn for peace. There has been no war for a long time. There are all kinds of different martial spirits here, as well as 100,000-year-old spirit beasts that are larger than the tailed beasts, and 2 empires that are far larger than the 5 major ninja countries. We will take this place as an adventure. When we are strong enough, there will definitely be a day when we can go back. Looking at the infectious smile on Su-chen's face, Hyuga Hinata was finally moved. She trembled and said in a gentle and low voice. Can we really do it? Su-chen. You can. You have to believe me, and believe in yourself. Su-chen nodded to Hinata confidently. In fact, he didn't want to go back to Blue Star at all, so he had nothing to be reluctant about. As long as he completed the adventure of Douluo continent, the next step would be to go to the ninja world to start his role-playing journey. Of course, he would take Hyuga Hinata back with him at that time. After Su-chen's comfort, Hinata Hyuga finally stopped feeling so wronged and scared after a long time. She also decided to try to understand the mysterious Douluo continent with Su-chen from tomorrow. So, late at night, Su-chen let Hinata Hyuga lie on another soft bed to rest. But Hinata Hyuga didn't seem to sleep, just looked out the window silently. Su-chen has now become a soul master, he no longer needs sleep like on earth, so he also guarded Hinata Hyuga that night, and planned to take her to the Martial Soul Branch Hall the next day. Hinata Hyuga just said that she felt that after coming to this world, the chakra in her body has changed. Su-chen guessed that the chakra in Hinata Hyuga's body should have become soul power, so in this way, can we measure how much level of soul master her current soul power is equivalent to? Although Hinata does not have a martial soul, as long as she has soul power, Su-chen thinks she should be able to absorb soul rings in Douluo continent. Soul bones may not be absorbed, but soul rings should be able to. The next morning, Su-chen, dressed in black, left the hotel with Hinata Hyuga and came to the bustling streets of Soto City. Now the two of them are not very familiar with each other, and they will definitely not hold hands when they walk together at the beginning, but Hinata Hyuga did not hesitate to keep her body close to Su-chen. From time to time, Su-chen can still feel her beautiful figure under her loose shirt. This is of course because Hinata Hyuga is quite nervous. At this moment, in this strange place, only a boy from the ninja world can give her some sense of security. Su-chen found that Hinata Hyuga looked very good in this white shirt and tight pants. With the ninja forehead protector on her neck, she looked even more cute and fresh. She was definitely a goddess for ordinary otakus. When Hinata Hyuga was emotionally stable and could fully adapt to the Douluo continent, Su-chen decided to take her to buy pink stockings similar to those worn by Xiao Wu, and let her wear a swimsuit uniform that could show her figure more. In fact, Hinata's appearance and figure are indeed outstanding, not inferior to the 3 beauties of Shrek, but she wrapped herself tightly. Now she has become Su-chen's exclusive goddess, and Su-chen will of course help her dress up. The two soon came to the Wuhan branch hall of Soto City. Su-chen did not let the teacher of the Wuhan branch hall test Hinata Hyuga's Wuhan, but just took a white crystal to test the soul power, let her hold it in her hand, and inject chakra. Chapter 19 Hinata, the girl with white eyes, decided to work hard to become stronger. Hinata nodded, and after injecting chakra into the crystal immediately lit up in her hand, flashing white light. The teacher of the Wuhan branch hall said thoughtfully. The soul power of this girl is about level 27. Next, as long as her martial soul and soul ring are identified, she can be given the Soul Master Badge. Soul Master Badge, no need, we just test the soul power, and the rest, we will identify it next time. Worried that someone would discover the secret that Hinata had no martial soul, Su Chen hurriedly took her away from the Wuhan branch hall, leaving only the stunned Wuhan hall teacher. Haiga Hinata didn't know why Su Chen ran away. She didn't know anything when she first came to this world, and she only knew to follow this boy with Sharingan. At this time, seeing Su Chen holding her hand, Hinata didn't resist. According to what Tang Hao said in the original book, even if a soul master does not absorb soul rings, the soul power he has already obtained will accumulate in his body, but he cannot evolve his martial soul to the corresponding level. No wonder, although Hinata does not have a martial soul, the chakras she has practiced in the ninja world, after being transformed into soul power in this world, is roughly equivalent to level 27. Su Chen thought in his heart, of course he was very concerned about how the lovely Haiga Hinata would become stronger in this world. But can Haiga Hinata absorb soul rings and soul bones? Su Chen did not know the answer to this question. He was still thinking about whether to ask the disgusting Xiaogang, but he did not expect that the voice of the system elf suddenly came from his mind. Host, rest assured. Haiga Hinata can absorb spirit rings and spirit bones. The moment she came to this Douluo continent, her body had already accepted the rules of this plane and would automatically choose a part of her body as her martial soul practice. Now her martial soul is the Byakugan, the blood limit unique to the Haiga clan, but she herself doesn't know it. As long as the master takes her with him, she will absorb 3 spirit rings in the future and let her Byakugan evolve to above level 30, and she will be able to feel the change. So that's how it is. The explanation of the system elf made Su Chen surprised and happy for a while. He didn't expect that it was really possible to cultivate martial souls, let Hinata's Byakugan continue to evolve and become stronger, and absorb spirit rings and spirit bones. Then in the future, Hinata's reincarnation eye, plus his samsara eye, will definitely set off a storm in Douluo continent. Su Chen, in a good mood, hurriedly stopped and said to Hinata behind him. Miss Hinata, I've taken you to the spirit hall. That's where children awaken their spirits and identify their spirit power. Next, let's go to the Advanced Spirit Master Academy. It's at least similar to the Ninja Academy you and I have studied in, but it's more advanced than the Ninja Academy. Let's go to the most dilapidated Shrek Academy first. Su Chen smiled mysteriously. He really wanted to take Hinata to Shrek Academy to see what kind of expressions the cowardly Yu Xiaogang, who had knelt and kowtowed, and the Shrek 7 devils who were beaten, had now. Especially Dai Mubai. Su Chen knew that when he transformed into Uchiha Madara, the palm leaf fan he gave Dai Mubai was the heaviest. With Madara's terrifying power, Su Chen estimated that Dai Mubai should still be bedridden now. It was just right for him to take Haiga Hinata to see it together and pretend to comfort the disgusting Dai Mubai and Tang San who was almost strangled to death. Apart from these two people, Su Chen felt that he was forced to kneel and kowtow in front of his old brother Flanders and his apprentice Tang San, and he also called Madara's master Yu Xiaogang in person. He should be the most miserable now. Okay, I'll listen to you, Su Chen. Feeling the boy holding her jade hand, Hinata blinked her round and cute big eyes obediently. After a night, Hinata almost figured it out. Although she was still a little sad at this time, she immediately cheered up when she thought that she had to experience and become stronger in this world if she wanted to go back. She opened her white eyes in an instant and began to observe the surrounding plants and trees. After opening the white eyes, Hinata's eyes only changed, which did not affect her sexy and cuteness. Su Chen found that she was no longer as sad as last night, and he felt a little relieved. Chapter 20 Su Chen took Hinata to meet Tang San and Xiao Wu. What would happen? The road from Soto City to Shrek Academy, Su Chen walked once last time, this time he naturally arrived very quickly. With the blessing of level 31 soul power and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his body from Blue Star is no longer the same as before. This place is very shabby, it's a small mountain village, right? Is that Shrek Academy, right here? After arriving at the village where Shrek Academy is located, even Hinata couldn't help but start to suspect that this would be an academy. Su Chen smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, this is Shrek Academy. Let me show you what the worst Soul Master Academy in the world looks like." After saying this, Su Chen was about to take Hinata to continue walking into the village, and suddenly saw several familiar figures running from the path in the village. Well! Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Oscar. That's right, what Su Chen saw at this time was Tang San, who was wearing a blue shirt and still looked a little embarrassed, and Xiao Wu, who was wearing a pink skirt and had white stockings wrapped around her beautiful legs. The two were running in the front, followed by Ning Rongrong, who had long flaxen hair, and Oscar, who had peach blossom eyes. Although Tang San and Xiao Wu were running in the front, they deliberately slowed down their speed and chatted with Ning Rongrong behind them. Ning Rongrong couldn't help wiping the sweat off her forehead and complained. "Hey, Master is too strict. We were attacked the night before yesterday. I thought we had to rest for at least a few days, but we didn't expect the training to start as usual today. Isn't he worried that Uchiha Madara will come back?" Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Tang San, who was running in the front, remembered the painful scene that day when he was pinched by the long-haired domineering man and couldn't resist at all. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and said with murderous intent in his eyes, "If he dares to come back again, this time, I will make sure he never comes back." At this time, Su Chen and Hinata were next to this path. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar were running around the village and happened to pass by the two of them. Therefore, the conversation between the four people naturally fell into the ears of Su Chen and Hyaga Hinata without missing a word. Su Chen's heart moved, and he hurriedly grabbed the hand of the white-eyed girl Hinata beside him, pretending that he didn't know the four people at all, and began to look at the scenery as if nothing had happened. The girl Hinata naturally didn't say anything, she was unfamiliar with everything around her. Then Oscar said, "However, the man who calls himself Uchiha Madara is really terrible. Even the dean and the vice-dean are not his opponents. With such fighting power, I'm afraid he can only be the legendary titled Douluo. If it weren't for the master enduring that humiliation that day, I'm afraid our Shrek Academy would have ceased to exist under the attack of that huge meteorite." Yet, Tang San couldn't help but sigh. Our peace these days is all due to the shame of the teacher kneeling and kowtowing. I, Tang San, will one day personally ask for this shame from the man who calls himself Uchiha Madara. Hearing Tang San's words, Su Chen, who pretended to be watching the scenery with Hinata, almost laughed out loud. Tang San went to Uchiha Madara to ask for the shame, this is really a funny joke. Xiao Wu on the side also nodded and said, "Yes, it's not easy for the master. He is so strict with us, and he also wants us to become stronger as soon as possible. Let's hold on for a while, Rongrong." Ning Rongrong did not object, nodded gently, and responded, "Well, I know, I can still do it. My physical strength is much better than before." After Ning Rongrong finished speaking, the four of them just passed by Su Chen and Hinata. At this moment, except for Tang San who was worried, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar all raised their faces curiously and glanced at Su Chen and Hinata standing on the side of the road. "Wow, that boy!" When her eyes fell on Su Chen's face, Ning Rongrong suddenly blinked, and couldn't help but pause for a second, and even opened her mouth. This was obviously an expression of being infatuated. "You don't know, I will be very worried if you don't call me after you finish the work." Duguyan looked at Su Chen with some blame. "Ah, I forgot, and there is nothing wrong. I really don't understand what Han Zihao is thinking. He actually wanted to help someone's mother blackmail his friends. Maybe from the beginning, he didn't regard us as his friends. Su Chen looked at Duguyan and said. What? What's going on? After listening to Su Chen's words just now, Duguyan was even more curious about what was going on. After all, she had also seen Han Zihao. He was indeed a very righteous person, but sometimes, it seemed that his sense of justice was a bit helpless. It was actually a very simple matter, but that guy made it very complicated. Sometimes, it is completely unnecessary to sympathize with some people, and now that guy sympathized with someone who is completely unnecessary to sympathize with. Then Su Chen began to talk to Duguyan about the ins and outs of this matter. Su Chen did not add any subjective consciousness to what he said, but described the matter in a completely objective way. Duguyan shook his head repeatedly, thinking that Han Zihao was really a big fool. If he did that, wouldn't he have beaten himself up? What's the matter with that guy? He actually did this to his friends, just a stranger, he wouldn't treat him like this, he actually wants to blackmail him, this kid's brain is definitely problematic. Duguyan said with an expression that was absolutely such. Who knows what that guy is thinking in his head, but I think this matter is very ridiculous, and there is no need for me to spend my heart. I think my words just now should have made that kid understand his situation, and no matter what he does in the future, this is all I can do. For his words, I have done my best. Su Chen said indifferently, but Duguyan knew that Su Chen was actually good to Han Zihao, otherwise, whatever that kid did had nothing to do with Su Chen, and Su Chen didn't need to say so much to that kid. However, Duguyan also felt that it seemed that the person with problems was not only that guy, but also that the former fourth, now Ma Hongjun, seemed to have some problems. Su Chen, do you think that Ma Hongjun seems to be a little bit wrong? Duguyan asked the doubts in his heart. Well, he is hiding something from me, and now he is meeting Han Zihao behind my back, I think he also wants me to have a bad reputation. Su Chen thought about it and said, now he just doesn't understand why Ma Hongjun wants to do this. Needless to say, Ma Li, although he is a twin brother with Ma Hongjun, but Su Chen is sure of one thing, that guy knows nothing, even Lao Si, that is, the former Tang San, may know more than Ma Li. Why? Duguyan didn't understand at all, what did Su Chen do to make Ma Hongjun want to frame him? I don't understand this matter very well now, but there will always be a day when the truth will come out, because I will find out about this matter clearly, but now Duguyan, you have to be careful of the people around me, I feel more and more that they are not simple characters. Su Chen thought about it and suddenly sighed and then continued, I really don't understand why the current high school students, no, college students, are so complicated. Hey, are you talking about yourself? Duguyan smiled evilly at Su Chen and said. What are you doing? Am I wrong? Look at what the students are like now. They either think they are bosses or they are a little bit abnormal. Anyway, none of them can really make people worry. Although that guy doesn't seem to be harmful at all, I just think this kid is not simple. Before, Su Chen still thought that Lao Si was nothing, but now he thinks that although some people look very simple, what they do may not be really simple. Su Chen doesn't think that when Ma Hongjun asked Lao Si not to tell him about the extortion, he knew nothing. Maybe he told me about this matter in the hope that I can forgive Ma Hongjun once. This kid is also a good guy. Haha, Su Chen, are you thinking too complicated? After all, sometimes I always think that you think too much. Duguyan looked at Su Chen and said. By the way, I have something to tell you. You know, the transfer student is likely to be about Mao Mao, right? When Duguyan talked about Mao Mao, she deliberately looked at Su Chen's expression very attentively, and she was relieved when she found that there was no special change. In fact, Duguyan had already discovered that Mao Mao seemed to be very different to Su Chen. She would always be very calm when Su Chen was around, and she could always listen to Su Chen's words, but she could not listen to anything else. Although she had a good relationship with Mao Mao, Duguyan was not a cowardly person. She felt that since it was something she liked, she must fight for it herself. If Mao Mao and the person she liked were really the same person, Duguyan would not back down, let alone be cowardly. She would compete with Mao Mao fairly. Well, but now I'm not very sure. After all, Mao Mao didn't tell us, right? Su Chen thought for a while and said, yes, this matter has not been told to them yet, but Su Chen always feels that something is not quite right. For example, why does the cat's family not like him and Duguyan, and why don't they want the two of them to interact too much with the cat? Although Su Chen is still unclear about what is going on, he feels that although he doesn't know what is going on, he always feels that things seem to be a little bit wrong somewhere. Well, I remember that Sisi said that he wanted to live with us. Otherwise, I'm thinking whether we should rent a bigger house. In this way, it won't be so crowded, and if possible, I certainly hope that you can have a room. After all, I'm not comfortable if I always let you sleep on the sofa. Although Duguyan said it shyly, she didn't want Su Chen to know her feelings for him. After all, before she figured out how Su Chen felt about her, Duguyan still didn't want to let Su Chen know his feelings for him. After all, if he really tells others, sometimes they won't even be friends anymore. Moreover, Duguyan is also very clear that Su Chen is her bodyguard, and she cannot have any relationship or emotion with the person she protects, otherwise, she will not be able to survive in this line of work. Duguyan naturally has her own ideas, but at the same time, she is not a selfish and arrogant person. She will not look down on others because she has a good family background and looks very beautiful. She does not put others' ideas in her mind, but is completely self-centered. If Duguyan is really such a person, Su Chen will not have such a good relationship with her. The reality of Mao Mao's matter has not been determined yet, and you don't need to care about her. After all, you can see that his family doesn't seem to want us to have too much contact with him. If we continue to have contact with Mao Mao, it may not be a good thing for both us and her. He should make his own decision, don't you think? Su Chen really didn't understand why Duguyan suddenly talked about Mao Mao with him, but recently, he really forgot about Mao Mao. However, these things now seem to be not very important, because the important thing is that Su Chen feels that he should talk about other issues. By the way, Duguyan, as for Xiaoyu's matter, I think his family may be involved because of that video. You have to be careful anyway. After all, I don't want anything to happen to you because of that scum. Su Chen was actually still very worried whether Duguyan would get into trouble because of Xiaoyu. After all, if something really happened, Su Chen felt that it was not worth it, because, in Su Chen's heart, Xiaoyu was completely a scum. If something happened to a scum, that incident would be a stain on his career, and it was a big stain. Don't worry, although that kid may hate me because of that incident, I don't think he should hurt me. This is a woman's directness, so don't ask me why. Duguyan looked at Su Chen and said with a smile. In fact, Su Chen was why Duguyan thought so, because no boy would want to hurt the girl he liked. Chapter 21 What will happen when Su Chen brings Hinata Hyuga to meet Tang San and Xiao Wu, Part 2. Actually, this is normal. Su Chen, who comes from Blue Star, has a mixed-race face with sharp features and fair skin. On Blue Star, people may be used to the appearance of such a boy, but in Douluo continent, he shows a temperament that these girls have never seen before. That 1-second pause caused Ning Rongrong, who was originally in third place, to drop to the last place. After feeling her loss of composure, her pretty face blushed and she quickly quickened her pace to catch up, but she was looking forward to the next lap to continue to secretly look at the boy. Now the relationship between Tang San and Xiao Wu is naturally not easy to destroy. It has been 7 years, but Ning Rongrong has not really liked Oscar. Therefore, in this case, facing the handsome boy Su Chen from Blue Star, she is naturally the first to be moved. As Xiao Wu, Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar completely passed by Su Chen and Hinata and continued to run the next lap, Hinata suddenly raised her round face to look at Su Chen and asked in a low voice. Su Chen, did you hear it just now? They seemed to say a very strange name, Uchiha Madara. Weren't you called Uchiha Chen before? Xiao Wu, Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar spoke loudly just now, so the white-eyed girl Hinata also heard it. Yes, of course I was called Uchiha Chen before, but in this world, of course I can't be called Uchiha anymore. Su Chen scratched his head pretending to be indifferent. But in this case, who is the Uchiha Madara they just talked about? Hinata couldn't help but blink her big round and cute eyes in confusion, muttering in a low voice. Are there other people from the ninja world who have come to this world besides you and me? The Uchiha Madara they just mentioned may be a ninja from the Uchiha clan like you. This should be unlikely. Su Chen looked at Hinata beside him with a guilty conscience. He didn't expect that this girl with white eyes was quite smart. She was worthy of being the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan. But at this time, Su Chen certainly couldn't tell the truth to Hinata, because he was playing Uchiha Madara. Why is it impossible? Since you and I can come, others should be able to come too. Hinata's eyes suddenly lit up and said. Maybe as long as we find the person named Uchiha Madara, he can let us go back in advance. It can be seen that Hinata still misses her hometown, the Konoha ninja village, which is normal. Now she has only stayed in Douluo continent for 2 days. Su Chen believes that as long as Hinata stays for a few more years, she should not want to go back so much, because this place is also beautiful. The most important thing is that he, Su Chen, is with her. As for Naruto, who is currently serving as a ninja in Konoha, there is no need to worry about him. He is the reincarnation of Ashura. Will you still worry about not having a sister after becoming the 7th generation Hokage? Maybe after Hinata mysteriously disappeared, Naruto will marry Hinata's sister Hanabi, which is also a good thing. So Su Chen naturally intercepted Hinata, who had already come to Douluo continent. When he has the Samsara Eye in the future, he will take Hinata back to the ninja world to see if Naruto really married Hinata's sister. In short, after Hinata mysteriously disappeared in the ninja world, the original plot there will inevitably change to a certain extent. This is the butterfly effect. As for what kind of changes will happen, we can only know it when we return to the ninja world with Hinata in the future. Thinking of this, Su Chen touched Hinata's short hair comfortingly and said seriously. Okay, Hinata, in that case, when they come over later, I'll ask them who that Uchiha Madara is. Remember not to say a word, and. No matter when, you must not reveal your secrets from the ninja world to anyone, otherwise we will be in trouble. Well, I know, thank you, Su Chen. Hinata nodded obediently. Now that she has graduated from the ninja world school, she naturally understands these principles, and she is also very grateful to Su Chen. Even if Xiaoyu doesn't love Duguyan, one thing is certain, that is, this guy actually likes Duguyan very much. Because of his family, what Xiaoyu wants must be very easy to get, but sometimes things that are too easy to get will make people feel that there is no value in cherishing them. However, Duguyan is completely different now. Su Chen feels that maybe the guy has spent more energy on Duguyan than he has spent in the past 20 years. Thinking about this, Su Chen felt that men actually have a common mentality that the less they can get, the better. Now, the more Duguyan ignores that boy, the more that boy will not forget Duguyan. Although it sounds a bit self-abuse, there is no way. This is the commonality of men. Although Su Chen understands it very much, it is just understanding. Hehe, it would be better if you really have nothing to do. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for me to explain. Moreover, too many things have happened in the recent period of time. I am really a little worried about you. Su Chen said. Haha, Don't worry about me. When Duguyan heard Su Chen say that he was worried about her, she was very happy in her heart, as if there were many deer jumping back and forth in her heart, making Duguyan unable to control herself. And at this time, Duguyan's mobile phone rang. Duguyan's phone rang because her phone rang. Although she ended the conversation with Su Chen, she found that it was her family who called her, and this call was facing her brother. Brother. Although she hadn't confirmed who was on the other end, the caller ID had already said the name of the person who called her, so now Duguyan had confirmed that it was her brother who called her. Hehe, Duguyan, how is school going recently? Are you feeling a lot more relaxed? No, you don't even know that this college still educates students like they are in the college entrance examination. Duguyan complained. Su Chen knew that Duguyan would only show such an expression and voice when talking to her family, because she would not deliberately hide anything in front of her family, but would show her complete side. In this way, Duguyan seemed to have completely forgotten that there was someone beside her waiting for her to finish the call, because Duguyan's brother didn't have anything to do, he just wanted to ask Duguyan if she had adapted to the life in the college recently, and Duguyan was also a person with a very strong ability to adapt. So naturally, she was very adaptable. By the time Duguyan finished talking to her brother, more than an hour had passed. Su Chen looked at Duguyan with shame and said, "You are really good. You can talk to your brother for such a long time." Su Chen felt that he couldn't help but admire Duguyan. If it were him, it would be very difficult to talk to his family for even a minute, let alone all of a sudden, and he actually talked to his family for an hour. For Su Chen, this is an astronomical figure. Don't you call your family? I haven't seen you call your mom and dad, don't you miss them? Duguyan suddenly asked. No, I do, but rarely. Because he felt that he didn't have much to say to his family, Su Chen really didn't call his parents, and Su Chen even felt that his adoptive father would definitely treat him better than his biological father. Although Su Chen knew that there were no parents who were not right, he just couldn't get excited about his family. In fact, Su Chen remembered that his parents' marriage was not blessed by his family. This was why he grew up in the mountains. Although Su Chen's parents didn't tell him, Su Chen knew it. It was just an accident that made Su Chen know why he didn't live with his parents when he was young, it was not what his parents told him. His parents did not tell him the truth until he grew up. This matter made Su Chen very concerned. The thing Su Chen hated most was being threatened and deceived by others, but what he did not expect was that the people who deceived him the most were his parents, his closest people. This kind of blow made him not want to see his family at all. He even did not want to spend too much time with them. Well, let's say that people nowadays like daughters more, because daughters are the close-fitting little cotton-padded jackets of their parents. Unlike you boys, you don't miss your family very much, nor are you as attached to your family as girls. Moreover, girls are very confident. If you combine them, you will understand why girls are such gunmen now, right? Duguyan said with a smile at Su Chen. Obviously, whenever Su Chen's family is mentioned, Su Chen will become silent. Although Duguyan is not a person who likes to inquire about others, she thinks this matter is still very strange. Could it be that Su Chen and his family are incompatible? In fact, if you think about it, this is possible. After all, Duguyan now knows that Su Chen doesn't like people talking about his family very much, and he always thinks deeply when talking about other people's families. In that situation, before, Duguyan just felt that he should not interfere in other people's affairs, but now, Duguyan felt that he should talk to Su Chen as a friend. After all, the person in charge is often confused, and the bystander is clear. Duguyan is still very clear about this matter. At that time, I didn't say it, just thinking that the words between me and Su Chen had not reached that level, but if I said it now, it might not have reached that level. The more Duguyan thought about it, the more he felt that he couldn't calm down. He really didn't know whether he should say such words to Su Chen. Hehe, Dogayan, if you want to say something to me, just say it. Look at your expression so tangled, as if you want to say it but don't say it, which makes me very tangled. Su Chen looked at Dogayan and really felt that this little girl might have opened her heart to him. After all, before, Dogayan had never shown such an emotional expression to Su Chen. It's actually like this. I'm not someone who likes to listen to other people's private affairs or gossip. You know this. I just care about you. That's all. Dogayan felt that she still had to make it clear with Su Chen. Otherwise, if Su Chen fell out with her, she would still have something to say, right? Well, just say whatever you want to say. There's no need to say so many useless things. Su Chen said with a smile. He felt that Dogayan was really interesting. After all, Dogayan was just like him, a person who didn't like trouble. But now she actually said so many words to him, which really made Su Chen feel a little flattered and surprised. Actually, I think you should try to communicate with your family. You know, no matter what happens, you have to sit together and communicate. If there are any problems or dissatisfaction, you have to speak them out. Otherwise, your problem will probably not be solved. Of course, this is just my personal opinion, for reference only. After Dogayan finished what she wanted to say, she did not look at Su Chen but lowered her head. She felt that these things would definitely make Su Chen have his own ideas, but now she just had to see what Su Chen wanted to do. There was really nothing else. Su Chen did not expect that Dogayan, who always did not like to talk about other people's family affairs, would suddenly talk to him like this today. Although he was very shocked, he was also in a state of turmoil. Of course, he knew that what Dogayan said to him was right, but he did not want to do this, because the generation gap with his family was not a matter of 1 or 2 days. If it could be solved so easily, it would not make him so troubled. Maybe these things don't seem like a big deal to Dogayan. After all, she has a good family and her family loves her very much. However, Su Chen is different. Since he was a child, he knew that if he encountered any difficulties, he could only rely on himself. No one would help him, and if he was weak, he would encourage the enemy's arrogance. Perhaps it was this idea that made Su Chen like to solve everything by himself. He didn't like others to dominate his affairs. He had to solve his own affairs by himself. In fact, Su Chen was still a very stubborn person. If he thought something was right, he would do it. If he thought something was wrong, he would correct it. However, even if it was wrong, he would still do it if he felt that he had to do it. No matter what kind of person it was, there was no way to pull him back. Dogayan saw that Su Chen didn't speak all the time, and wondered if he saved his anger. His heart gradually, but when she raised her head, she saw that Su Chen looked completely dazed and listless, completely different from the energetic look just now. Chapter 22 Su Chen brought Hinata to fool Tang San. Tang San got anxious. In her opinion, Su Chen, who also came from the ninja world, was naturally her only trustworthy partner in this world. Su Chen didn't say anything. He watched Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar walk around again from a distance. When they ran in front of him and Hinata, he took the initiative to approach them and waved to them. Sorry to bother you. The white-eyed girl Hinata also hurried to Su Chen's side. She and Su Chen stood together, naturally having a strong visual appeal. They were a pair of handsome men and beautiful women, and their eyes looked very special. Seeing the strange man and woman take the initiative to say hello, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong stopped one after another and looked over in confusion. Su Chen looked at Tang San, who was walking in front and wearing a blue suit that looked almost the same as in the anime, and asked calmly. Are you students from Shrek Academy? Tang San nodded and said politely. Yes, we are all students from Shrek Academy. Who are you? We are just passing by. My name is Su Chen, and her name is Hinata. Su Chen introduced them in a friendly manner, and then changed the subject. I just heard you say that a man named Uchiha Madara came here 2 days ago, right? Tang San's face changed, and he nodded hurriedly and said. Yes, that man named Uchiha Madara almost destroyed our academy. Do you know the details of that guy? Hinata trembled when she heard this, and Su Chen quickly signaled her with his eyes not to speak, then thought about it and took the initiative to speak. You should know something. Can you tell me in detail about the appearance and features of Uchiha Madara? Let me tell you. Ning Rongrong, who was originally at the back, suddenly stepped forward and spoke first. The guy who called himself Uchiha Madara wore a red and black robe, had long hair, and held a large palm leaf fan in his hand. The weirdest thing was his eyes. His eyes seemed to be wavy, and you couldn't even see the eyeballs. I've never seen such a pair of eyes. It's really weird. At this point, looking at the handsome face of the boy in front of her, Ning Rongrong's pretty face blushed slightly. The reason why she rushed to speak was, of course, to attract the attention of this handsome boy. After listening to Ning Rongrong's description, Tang San nodded and said affirmatively. Yes, the appearance of that Uchiha Madara is exactly as Rongrong said. So that's it. Su Chen took a deep breath and pretended to be a little shocked, but in fact he was not nervous at all. After all, Tang San in front of him was beaten by him personally. Even if he lost the power of Madara, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan plus Susanoo he already had was definitely enough to beat the Shrek 7 devils. After successfully arousing the interest of Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar, Su Chen seemed to remember something and said in shock. So it was really him. Then I know that Uchiha Madara should be from my family, and those wavy eyes are the ultimate evolution of my family's martial soul Sharingan. Show you my martial soul, and you will understand. After saying this, Su Chen silently said in his heart, open the 2 Megatama Sharingan. Then, his eyes turned into blood-red 2 Megatama Sharingan. What's going on? Why did your eyes turn red? Xiao Wu, the rogue rabbit next to Tang San, shouted in surprise. Su Chen nodded and said. This is my martial soul, Sharingan. The martial soul possessed by Uchiha Madara is actually the same as mine, but he is already a titled Douluo, so it will present a ripple-like form. You mean, that Uchiha Madara is from your family? Then do you know where he is now? After seeing Su Chen's eyes clearly, Tang San hurriedly said indignantly. That Uchiha Madara almost destroyed my academy 2 days ago, and injured my companions, forcing my teacher to kneel down and kowtow to admit his mistakes. Boss Dai is still bedridden. I must avenge this. Sure enough, his family is a weakness of his. Duguyan thought unconsciously. In this case, Duguyan has already said this, and she thinks it's better to help Su Chen. Actually, now is an opportunity, isn't it? I think if you call your family now, your family will be very happy. Duguyan said with certainty. Really? Maybe my mother will be very happy because of my call, but will my father be happy? Su Chen suddenly smiled bitterly unconsciously. Maybe he and his father are natural enemies. It doesn't matter whether his father is happy or not. The important thing is that Su Chen doesn't want to call his family at all, not even his mother. What are you waiting for? Isn't it a good opportunity to take advantage of this? Can you use my phone to call? Dugayani don't know what happened to me today. I have been so silly that I have been encouraging Su Chen to call my home. Even a fool can see that Su Chen doesn't want to call his home now, but I still keep talking. Because I know that Duguyan actually has good intentions, Su Chen deserves to remain silent, and now he is thinking whether he should call or not. Maybe it's just like what Duguyan said just now, maybe this is really an opportunity? Duguyan felt that she had said almost everything, and the next choice was to let Su Chen choose by himself. After all, she couldn't control Su Chen's thoughts, right? However, although Su Chen now seemed to be calm as if he was meditating, his heart was very entangled and conflicted. In fact, he also hoped that he could be with his family well, but on the other hand, he was very sad, because Su Chen felt that if he was in his current situation, it was very likely that he would never be able to reconcile with his family for the rest of his life. However, that is why Su Chen was so entangled in this matter. In fact, he knew very well that he wanted to reconcile with his mother and father. However, because of that incident, there was always a knot in his heart. If he didn't untie it, he knew that he would never face them sincerely in his life. It's not the time yet. It's not that I don't want to call them, but now, it's not that I have nothing to say to them, but they probably don't have anything to say to me. Su Chen thought for a while and said, although he didn't like to tell others about his family affairs, but since he knew that Duguyan was doing it for his own good, there was no need for him to care so much with her. Since Duguyan wanted to know, Su Chen felt that he should say less. Well, anyway, I have said this. What to do next depends on you. If you think the current situation is what you want, then you can solve it according to the current situation. If you don't think so, then call your own parents as I just told you. Duguyan looked at Su Chen and said. Hehe, what's wrong with you? You didn't care about my family's affairs before. Why do you want to care about all my affairs now? Su Chen didn't want to continue talking about this with Duguyan. Although Duguyan was a little disappointed, since Su Chen didn't want to say it, Duguyan felt that no matter how much he talked, Su Chen would only get annoyed with him. It's okay, because my family called me today and saw that you seemed very lonely. Otherwise, what do you think? Duguyan also found a random reason to say, as if Su Chen didn't want to tell her about his family. In fact, Duguyan didn't want Su Chen to think that she actually liked him, because she liked him, so she wanted to know more. Really? Hehe, I'm a little depressed today. I'm depressed all over. Otherwise, can I go out for a walk now? Su Chen felt that he couldn't face Duguyan at all now, not because Duguyan's words just now made him uncomfortable, but because he just realized that he still cared about her. However, this kind of care made Su Chen feel like he was a very useless person, and he suddenly became a little overwhelmed. Now Su Chen couldn't figure out what he was thinking. He felt that he was not a casual person, so he had to think carefully about how he should face Duguyan's feelings for him. He couldn't just let himself down because of a momentary touch. If this was really the case, Su Chen felt that he would be looked down upon if he was left alone. Duguyan, do you think it's okay for me to go out alone now? Su Chen looked at Duguyan and asked. After all, Duguyan had never let Su Chen match him in normal times, but because of what he said just now, Su Chen really wanted to be alone and quiet, and didn't want to be like this now. Well, go ahead, I just made you some food. Duguyan looked at Su Chen and said, as if he wanted Su Chen to finish eating before going out, but Su Chen couldn't eat anything now, so he shook his head. Duguyan felt that he really regretted it now. Why did he talk so much about Su Chen's family at that time? Now, Su Chen suddenly became so depressed. He didn't know if he was really angry with him. If he didn't ask, Duguyan felt that he would be very upset in the next period of time, so he asked, Su Chen, are you angry with me, so you don't want to see me now? Duguyan asked the gentleman carefully. Su Chen looked at him and was more certain that Duguyan's feelings for him were completely different from before. If he couldn't give Duguyan happiness, he should tell her earlier. After all, if the kind of man who obviously doesn't like but doesn't let go because he can't bear it, such a man is completely irresponsible. Su Chen looked down on such people, so he would not become such a person. Hehe, you are doing this for my own good. Of course, I won't be angry with you because of this matter, because you have to understand that I am not a person who will vent my anger on others because of my bad mood, not to mention that we are friends, right? Su Chen also pointed out Duguyan with words to let her understand that their relationship is still just friends, and there is really no further development. He doesn't know if there will be any in the future, but now he still doesn't want to put too much pressure on himself. Well, I know, you go for a walk, relax, and come back early after a while. Duguyan said. She knew that she was a little impatient. She couldn't let Su Chen tell her how he felt about her just because she knew her feelings, right? What's more, their relationship was still very delicate. For example, Su Chen was her bodyguard. If the bodyguard could be with his protected person, Su Chen would feel very stressed. Thinking of this, Duguyan was also a person who was very confident in herself. She felt that even if Su Chen didn't like her now, she could make him like her. What's more, she felt that she was not so unmarried that she had to marry Su Chen. Duguyan also began to comfort herself. After all, if a person lost confidence, then Duguyan felt that she really had nothing to do with Su Chen. Moreover, there was a certain reason why Duguyan hoped that she could quickly confirm their relationship with Su Chen. That was because Duguyan knew in her heart that Mao Mao and Bai Chenxiang were both interested in Su Chen. This is also what Duguyan is most worried about. If he doesn't take the initiative, it's always better to let others take the initiative than to take the initiative, right? Duguyan, you stay at home and read a book when you have nothing to do. Don't worry about me. I want to go to the bar where Ma Hongjun and his friends are. I can have a drink and relax, okay? Su Chen looked at Duguyan and said with a smile. Obviously, because of what he said about going out, Duguyan's expression was not very good, which made Su Chen feel a little uncomfortable, because he knew that it was because of him that Duguyan was unhappy now. Duguyan didn't say anything anymore, as if there was nothing she wanted to say to Su Chen. In fact, Duguyan just didn't want to put any more pressure on Su Chen with words, which would make Su Chen very depressed. After Su Chen went out, the feeling of depression in his heart suddenly disappeared. The feeling just now was so strong that Su Chen felt that he was almost out of breath. He walked out slowly. In fact, Su Chen had always felt that his mood was very depressed and heavy. He didn't understand why he was doing this. He always thought that he was a very powerful person, but was it really like this? Now, Su Chen suddenly realized that maybe he was not such a good person, but a person who could not be cared for. Thinking, Su Chen had already walked out slowly, and then found a relatively clean place with few people and sat down. He looked at this place and didn't know what he should say. Now he just thought carefully. Chapter 23 Su Chen brought Hinata to fool Tang San. Tang San was anxious, Part 2. Seeing Tang San's excited and angry look, Su Chen lowered his head quickly, resisted the urge to laugh, and said seriously. I can understand your feelings, but I really don't know where Uchiha Madara is now. He was a defector who left my family a long time ago. I only heard of his name and never met him in person. Although my family has retired now and this matter has nothing to do with me, as the successor of the Sharingan, I still want to see your injured Dalu and comfort your teacher. The successor of the Sharingan. Tang San lowered his head and thought for a moment, then shook his head with some disappointment and said. Since you don't know where that Uchiha Madara is, then there's no need. This matter has nothing to do with you and your family. If I, Tang San, want to seek revenge in the future, I will only go to find that man called Uchiha Madara. Oh, he's really arrogant. He actually wants to seek revenge on Madara. In this case, Su Chen will certainly satisfy the silly Tang San's wish. How to satisfy him? That is naturally to play the role of Uchiha Madara, and then continue to abuse the Shrek Seven devils and bully his teacher, the cowardly Xiaogang. Who is more powerful, Tang San or Madara, who has become a titled Douluo? Su Chen can't think of it now. He can only wait until the time comes to use Madara's transformation card and fight Tang San, who has become a titled Douluo, to know the result. Then wait until Tang San becomes a god, and then transform into 6 paths Madara to fight with him. This is of course to satisfy Tang San's wish. Using the 6 paths Madara's transformation card to fight against Tang San after he became a god, there is still some suspense. If the Ultra Instinct card Carrot's transformation card is used to fight against Tang San after he became a god, there will be no suspense at all. One punch can beat the God King Tang San so hard that even his mother can't recognize him. He was planning in his mind. Seeing that Tang San didn't let him and Hinata go to see the bedridden daimyo and the cowardly master, Su Chen was about to continue talking when Ning Rongrong next to him suddenly spoke. "Third brother, I think, why don't we let the 2 of them go to our history? Let's go to Shrek Academy, didn't he say so? Uchiha Madara's martial spirit is the same as his, both are the Sharingan, so if we, the Shrek 7 devils, want to seek revenge on Uchiha Madara in the future, we can also better understand each other's weaknesses through him." At this point, Ning Rongrong secretly glanced at Su Chen's handsome face of the half-blood prince again. The meaning is already very clear, she just wants Su Chen to stay. Su Chen was immediately delighted, and didn't expect that he would directly travel to Douluo continent and have the same face as in Blue Star, which is really useful. Su Chen also immediately looked at Ning Rongrong with kindness and said with a smile. "Yes, of course I know our family's martial spirit Sharingan very well. In fact, my sister and I have heard of Shrek Academy before, but unfortunately we missed the registration time before, so this time we came to Soto City, and we also wanted to come and see it." "Sister? You mean? Is the girl next to you your sister?" Ning Rongrong looked very happy. Since this girl with white eyes was the sister of this handsome boy, she had a chance. "Yet." Su Chen nodded and said. "My name is Su Chen, and her name is Hinata Hyaga. We are both from the Haagen-Dazs kingdom, which is very far away from here. Therefore, few people in the Tiandu Empire and the Barak kingdom have heard of our family's martial spirit. The Haagen-Dazs kingdom, like the Barak kingdom, is one of the 4 affiliated kingdoms within the Tiandu Empire. The name of this kingdom was also written in the original work, but it was only briefly mentioned, so many people can't remember it. Su Chen just remembered it just now, so he made it up. So it's the Haagen-Dazs kingdom, it's really far away. Since you are here as a guest, our Shrek Academy should also welcome you." Ning Rongrong smiled shyly at Su Chen again, and said to Tang San and Xiaowu beside her. "We should have almost run away. In this case, let's go back to the academy together and take them as guests. How about it, everyone doesn't mind?" Chapter 24 The White-Eyed Girl Hinata and the Little Cat Girl Zhuzuking meet. Of course I don't mind, but our Shrek Academy is too shabby, these 2 children won't dislike it, right? As Xiaowu spoke, she looked at Su Chen and Hinata curiously. She seemed to be more interested in Hinata because Hinata looked more well-behaved and gentle. No. How could we dislike her?" Su Chen smiled and shook his head, while Hinata was obediently standing aside, not saying a word, for she was afraid of saying the wrong thing. She didn't understand a word of what Su Chen had just said about the Haagen-Dazs Empire, martial spirits, and other messes. However, Hinata did not doubt Su Chen's identity. In her opinion, Su Chen, who came from the Uchiha clan, had been in this world for 7 years after all, so he naturally knew a lot more than her. Seeing that Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu agreed, Tang San naturally had no reason to object. He nodded at Su Chen and said, "I don't mind either. In that case, you can go to the academy with us, and let the teacher see your family's martial spirit. I have never heard the teacher say that there is such a martial spirit on the mainland." "Okay, thank you, Tang San." Su Chen nodded, and followed the 4 people with Hinata, and walked into the dilapidated gate of Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong deliberately walked very slowly, closer to Su Chen. At this time, Oscar seemed a little dissatisfied. He glanced at Su Chen and said to Ning Rongrong teasingly, Wrong, you are really enthusiastic today. Why haven't I seen you so enthusiastic to strangers before? Ning Rongrong's face turned slightly red, and she gave Oscar a white look and said unhappily. What do you care? Stay away from me. Oscar did not entangle, whistled, and walked away angrily. In fact, at this stage, Ning Rongrong did not like Oscar, and Oscar only had a vague feeling for Ning Rongrong, so he had nothing to be jealous of, but just felt a little uncomfortable. Tang San and others did not take Su Chen and Hinata to find the master immediately, but took the two of them around the dilapidated courtyard of Shrek Academy for a few laps. Su Chen complained in his heart that Shrek Academy was really rustic and had nothing special about it, but on the surface he praised it repeatedly and said with a smile. This is really a simple and elegant academy with good air and villages all around. It is worthy of being an academy that only accepts monsters. Yes, if you count the time, we have been here for almost half a year. The first phase of the teacher's special training will end in more than 10 days, and then it will be the second phase of special training. Tang San couldn't help but sigh, and then he went to Daimyo Bai's dormitory with Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Oscar, Su Chen, and Hinata, ready to visit the bedridden Daimyo Bai. When the six of them came to Daimyo Bai's dormitory, Su Chen suddenly saw the sexy Zhu Zuqing. That's right, Zhu Zuqing was standing outside Daimyo Bai's dormitory at this time, wearing the same black leather jacket as in the anime, with a plump and sexy figure. Her cold eyes were looking at the people coming. When she saw a strange man and woman appear in the academy, a puzzled look appeared on her face. Seeing Zhu Zuqing standing calmly by the side, Tang San took the initiative to ask. Zuqing, how is Dai boss? Zhu Zuqing responded coldly. He can't die, just temporarily I can't attend the special training at this time, and I hope that our special training period will not be extended by 3 months because of him. Seeing Zhu Zuqing's cold and proud expression at the moment, Su Chen felt that she seemed unwilling to take care of Daimyo Bai, the disgusting guy, even though Daimyo Bai was now bedridden. Maybe it was because Daimyo Bai had rented rooms in various places in Soto City to find girls, and Zhu Zuqing had not forgiven Daimyo Bai yet. This was of course the best. Thinking of this, Su Chen also pretended to look at Zhu Zuqing's attractive figure that was exactly the same as in the anime with a pure face. Zhu Zuqing was also looking at Su Chen, and then she looked at the white-eyed girl Hinata next to her, and her eyes especially looked at Hinata's tightly wrapped figure. Chapter 25 The White-Eyed Girl Hinata and the Cat Girl Zhu Zuqing Met, Part 2. This made Su Chen a little curious. Could it be that Zhu Zuqing discovered the secret that Hinata's figure was also full and not smaller than hers? That's not a problem, as long as Boss Dai can recover as soon as possible. As Tang San said this, he found Zhu Zuqing looking at Su Chen and Hinata curiously, so he took the initiative to introduce them. These two are friends who came to visit the academy today, from the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom. They know something about Uchiha Madara who attacked our academy 2 days ago, so I plan to take them to see the master later. Now let's go see Boss Dai. After listening to Tang San's introduction, Zhu Zuqing nodded and didn't say much. Then, Su Chen and Hinata followed Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar into Daimyo Bai's dormitory. At this time, Hinata seemed a little restrained, and her delicate body couldn't help but get close to Su Chen, and Su Chen naturally held her hand. Hinata's personality is obviously more shy and introverted, so it's normal that she didn't say a word the whole time when facing the Shrek 7 devils, and Su Chen didn't need her to speak. After entering the dormitory, Su Chen saw Daimyo Bai lying on the bed with gauze and ointment wrapped around his face, only one eye was exposed, and one of his legs was hanging in the air, as if he could no longer walk. Seeing Daimyo Bai like this, Su Chen was also a little shocked. It was just a slap on his face with the Uchiha fan, but he actually beat him into such a cowardly look, as if he was hit by a car, and he couldn't even stand up, and his whole body was drooping. Even when Tang San and others arrived, Daimyo Bai just glanced at him lightly, stretched out his hand to ask everyone to sit down, like a dying useless person. Daimyobai is really ugly now. No wonder Zhu Zuqing was standing outside just now and didn't want to look at him more. Thinking in his heart, Su Chen also sat down with Hinata, pretending not to know Daimyobai at all. Boss Dai, how do you feel now? Tang San quickly came to Daimyobai. Oscar also stood by and chanted 2 spells. I have a big sausage. I have a small sausage. After making a big and a small sausage, Oscar immediately handed the sausage to Daimyobai. Daimyobai took the sausage, nodded, and said worriedly. Don't worry, I didn't hurt my vital parts, but it's difficult to recover in a short time, and it may take some time. The power of Uchiha Madara is really terrible. I was just slapped, and half of my face was almost destroyed, and all my ribs were broken. It is conceivable that if he really wanted to kill us at that time, it would be as easy as eating and drinking water. Hearing Daimyobai's words, Tang San's face was also very ugly. He gritted his teeth and said seriously. Rest assured, Dai boss, you will definitely not be able to participate in the special training in this state. I will explain to the teacher. You will definitely get better. You are a powerful evil-eyed white tiger. When you recover, we will continue to train in the great fighting spirit arena. No matter how powerful that Uchiha Madara is, as long as we practice hard, I believe that one day, we will get back today's shame. Tang San's words were very inspiring, and Daimyobai, who was bedridden, also felt the passion in his heart. He nodded seriously and said. Well, I will get better as soon as possible. We, the Shrek 7 devils, will never fall. Hearing what Tang San and Daimyobai said, Su Chen thought silently in his heart. What a pity, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you if I try. Brothers transformed Madara is someone you will never be able to defeat. Of course, Tang San, Daimyobai and others will not only face Madara in the future. There is also Su Chen's transformation of Uchiha Itachi, who will have 3 great artifacts after opening Susanoo. And Uchiha Sasuke with the Samsara Eye. Naruto in the 9-tailed sage mode. Even Majin Buu, One Punch Man Saitama, Ultra Instinct Kakarot. So, the hardships that the Shrek 7 devils have to endure are still behind. Especially the 3 opponents behind, I am afraid that even if all the Shrek 7 devils become gods, it will be completely useless. At this time, Daimyobai also discovered Su Chen and Hinata, a strange man and woman. His eyes only paused on Su Chen's face for a moment, and then he immediately stared at the white-eyed girl Hinata, and even one eye emitted light. Chapter 26 Su Chen introduces Uchiha Madara's origins to Tang San. Hinata quickly noticed Daimyobai's dirty look, and she quickly lowered her head. He held Su Chen's hand tighter. Su Chen immediately found Daimyobai staring at Hinata, his face changed, and he was extremely surprised. Oh my god, Daimyobai is just like this, likes girls with big breasts. Hinata is not much younger than Zhu Zuqing, and her face is more well-behaved and pure than Zhu Zuqing's. Is she being targeted? This yellow-haired guy is really looking for death. Compared with Daimyobai, Tang San is not so dirty. He noticed that the bedridden Dai boss suddenly targeted the girl who came to the academy as a guest. He coughed twice and took the initiative to remind Daimyobai. By the way, Boss Dai, these 2 are from the Haagen-Dazs kingdom, they are a pair of siblings. They claim to know the martial spirit and origin of that Uchiha Madara, so I brought them to the academy as guests, and let the teacher take a look. Brother and sister? And you know the origin of that person? Daimyobai's face was happy, and the eye that was not wrapped in gauze was still full of passion to stare at Hinata, and he said hurriedly. That's really great, welcome to Shrek Academy as a guest, I am Daimyobai, the evil-eyed white tiger. If you need anything in the future, you can come here to find me at any time. Seeing Daimyobai's eyes at this time, as a brother for several years, Oscar on the side naturally understood everything. Hey, Boss Dai is really energetic. Even in this state, he still doesn't forget to pick up girls, but this girl named Hinata is really pretty, with a good figure, and she looks very well behaved at first glance. Sighing in his heart, Oscar's little eyes couldn't help but look at the girl Hinata sitting next to Su Chen. Oh my god! Hearing Dai Muebai's words, Su Chen, who was sitting next to Hinata, almost couldn't help laughing again. This guy was beaten into such a bear-like state, with one leg broken and one eye wrapped in gauze, but he still called himself the evil-eyed white tiger and said that he came to him if he had something to do. Looking for him, is it to see him being beaten so cowardly? Even the kitten girl Zhu Zuqing doesn't want to see Dai Muebai's cowardly state now. Su Chen thought to himself, and noticed that Dai Muebai was still secretly looking at Hinata's figure with the eyes exposed outside the gauze. He did not show any dissatisfaction, but stood up directly, walked to Dai Muebai's bed, stood with Tang San, and said friendly. My name is Su Chen, she is my sister Hyaga Hinata. We also heard that a mysterious person came to Shrek Academy to make trouble 2 days ago, so we came to see it specially. Dai Muebai nodded and said quickly. Then I should welcome you on behalf of the boss of Shrek Academy, but unfortunately I can't stand up now. As he spoke, Dai Muebai also supported the bed, as if he was really ready to get down. Su Chen hurriedly pretended to care and supported his arm, saying. Don't be so polite, brother Dai, let's wait until you recover. I heard that the man is called Uchiha Madara, and he summoned a large meteorite in the sky, which almost destroyed the surrounding villages, right? Hearing this, Dai Muebai immediately nodded solemnly, with a hint of fear in his eyes, and said. That's right, that Uchiha Madara is really scary. Whether it's the momentum or the strength he showed, I have never seen it before. If it weren't for that kind of person, I, Dai Muebai, wouldn't have been beaten like this. Su Chen once again resisted the urge to laugh, pretended to be serious and nodded, saying. Then I know. That person is actually from my family. He should be a titled Douluo. His spirit is the Sharingan inherited by our family. In short, that person is very scary. You must be careful in the future. I don't know how you offended him. From your family. Dai Muebai looked at Su Chen in surprise, and finally scratched his head and said. We should not have offended such a person. From what Uchiha Madara said that day, it might be directed at the master. That's why he deliberately humiliated the master. Chapter 27 Hyaga Hinata, the future white-eyed empress. Tang San gritted his teeth and whispered. It may be true that the teacher has offended him, but in any case, the teacher has used his dignity to save our lives and our academy. Even if that person comes to the teacher again in the future, we should fight side by side with the teacher. Hearing Tang San's words, Dai Muebai's face twitched obviously. He thought that the other party had beaten my evil-eyed white tiger into such a cowardly look with a slap, and he still dared to fight side by side. What kind of strength do you have? Don't you have any idea in your mind? Of course, this is just a thought in his mind, and Dai Muebai will naturally not say it out loud. Now he and Tang San have a good relationship, so he nodded, then looked at Su Chen and asked. By the way, Su Chen, since you said that the martial soul of Uchiha Madara is the martial soul of your family, Sharingan, why don't you let us see your martial soul? We have never heard of this kind of martial soul. Of course. Su Chen pretended to be calm and nodded. In the next second, his eyes had turned into blood-red 2 Magatama Sharingan, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, appeared under his feet. When he first appeared, all 3 soul rings of Su Chen's Sharingan were black. In order not to arouse suspicion, he specially used the Mangekyo Sharingan to change the colors of the 3 soul rings. Seeing such a pair of eyes for the first time, Dai Muebai was full of curiosity, his mouth opened wide, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. I didn't expect that your martial soul is the same as that of Uchiha Madara. The guy is really a bit like him, but his eyes are wavy. Then Dai Muebai quickly looked at Hinata, who was sitting next to him, and said calmly. What about your sister? Su Chen, is her martial spirit the same as yours? Her. Su Chen thought about it and said with a smile. Hinata's martial spirit is different from mine. She has the mutant martial spirit of my family, the white eyes. After saying that, Su Chen immediately walked to Hinata, took her hand, and gently pulled her up. Hinata is indeed a little shy, especially in front of so many strangers. Even at this time, she has been lowering her head. Su Chen said at this time. Don't mind, my sister's personality is like this. She is a little shy and doesn't like to talk. It doesn't matter. Maybe we are still relatively unfamiliar to her. It will be fine when we get familiar with each other in the future. Ning Rongrong on the side took the initiative to speak again, secretly looked at Su Chen, and then she came to Hinata, put a hand on Hinata's shoulder, and said with a smile. Don't be nervous, Hyaga Hinata, we Shrek 7 devils are all very good people, and we don't mind having more friends. Why don't you show us your martial spirit? Su Chen didn't quite agree with Ning Rongrong's words. Although she had no problem, Dai Mubai and Tang San had some problems. Especially the disgusting Dai Mubai, who couldn't help but look up and down at Hinata's figure. Oscar was also watching from the side, as if he thought that such a shy Hinata was very special. Just like how they looked at Meng Yuran in the original book. It's hard to say whether it's good or not, but Su Chen will definitely beat them more than once in the future. In addition to transforming into Uchiha Madara to beat them, he will also transform into Uchiha Itaki and Urzuzi, and beat the Shrek 7 devils to doubt their lives. Of course, Su Chen will definitely be gentler on Zhuzuking and Ning Rongrong, and treat the others equally. Su Chen has no interest in Xiao Wu, who has developed feelings for Tang San, because in his opinion, Hyaga Hinata is cuter than Xiao Wu, and Hinata has a better figure. At this time, Hinata naturally looked at Su Chen for help. Chapter 28 Dai Mubai suddenly turned into a fool, what happened to the evil-eyed white tiger? Su Chen smiled slightly, squeezed Hinata's hand, and said. Don't be afraid, just show your white eyes to everyone. Well, okay. Hinata nodded silently, and then her body trembled, and immediately opened her white eyes. In the next second, her eyes turned white, and her eyeballs were almost invisible, as if a blazing white light was surging in her eyes. Wow, what a strange martial spirit, your two eyes are actually one red and one white. Xiao Wu also exclaimed at this time. Su Chen nodded, and Hinata put away her white eyes. After Hinata put away her white eyes, she lowered her head again and sat aside, burying her face very low, still without saying a word. Dai Mubai then retracted his dirty eyes, looked at the 3 soul rings on Su Chen, and said. Su Chen, I think you are fully qualified to join Shrek Academy. Why don't you and your sister stay here first? When my injuries recover, I will tell the dean to let you become Shrek students. Hearing this, Su Chen politely said thank you, but he knew in his heart that Dai Mubai was not so kind, he just wanted Hinata to stay. Thinking in his heart, Su Chen walked to Dai Mubai's bed again, reached out and touched his leg hanging beside him, and said. Well, let's talk about this later. The most important thing for you now is to get better as soon as possible. Dai Mubai suddenly twitched and shouted hurriedly. Hey, don't touch it, it hurts a little. At this moment, Dai Mubai's eyes happened to meet Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen's mind moved, and he saw that the 2 Megatama in his eyes suddenly began to rotate, turning into 3 Megatama, and then turned into a blood-red Mangekyo Sharingan. This whole process was completed in just a few seconds. Then, Su Chen launched a basic illusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Mirror Flower Water Moon. Su Chen has already obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, of course. Not only has the 3 soul skills of Great Fireball Technique, Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. These 3 are just skills attached to the soul ring. In addition, he can also use Susanoo and other basic abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan. For example, imitation, copying, and insight. Basic illusion, hypnosis, mirror flower, and water moon. This is the ability that every pair of Mangekyo Sharingan has. After Suchen just obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan, this part of information has been added to his mind. Therefore, when using these abilities, he only needs to issue instructions in his mind as usual. Other abilities unique to different Mangekyo Sharingans, such as Attacker's Crow Clone, Obito's Kamui, Chakrabarti, and Izanami, naturally need to be obtained through role-playing in the future. After Suchen performed the Mirror Flower and Water Moon, Daimyobai instantly became confused, and then looked out the window blankly. That's right. Suchen suddenly discovered at this time that as long as the opponent was hit by the illusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could actually directly control the opponent's movements and expressions, and even make the opponent see the picture he imagined, and make the opponent say what he wanted to say. In fact, the illusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan is not just that simple, but for Suchen from the Blue Star Civilization, it is already very good to understand it like this. Suchen turned around quickly and pretended to stop talking to Daimyobai. Daimyobai still looked out the window with a blank face. Tang-san was originally going to say goodbye to Daimyobai and take Suchen and Hinata to see the master, but unexpectedly, just as Tang-san was about to speak, Daimyobai suddenly turned his head and shouted loudly at Suchen's back. "Dad!" This scene was very funny, and everyone present fell silent on the spot. Then Daimyobai spoke again and shouted loudly. "Dad, hit me!" Chapter 29 Daimyobai suddenly turned into a sand sculpture. What happened to the evil-eyed white tiger? Part 2. Now, everyone who originally thought they had heard it wrong, including Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, all looked at Daimyobai in surprise, wondering what happened to this guy. Even Hinata, who had always been a little shy and restrained, couldn't help but raise her face, blinked her round and well-behaved big eyes, and looked at Daimyobai, who looked like a silly sculpture, in confusion. Suchen also turned around immediately at this time, pretending not to know what was going on, and looked at the scene in front of him curiously. "Dad!" As Daimyobai shouted again, Tang-san next to him finally couldn't help it and hurried forward to ask. "Dai boss, what are you talking about? Who are you calling?" "I'm calling my dad, are you my dad?" Daimyobai looked at Tang-san beside him with a confused face. Tang-san immediately denied it. "I'm not, I'm Tang-san, how can you think of me as your dad?" "Dai boss, are you feeling uncomfortable?" Maybe it was because Daimyobai's voice was too silly, and he shouted dad several times in a row. Even Zhu Zuqing, who was still outside, couldn't help but push the door and walk in. After seeing the sexy Zhu Zuqing, Suchen's heart moved, and he quickly asked Daimyobai to turn around, looking at Zhu Zuqing with a confused expression, and then shouted loudly. "Mom!" Daimyobai suddenly looked excited, and was about to get out of bed to find his mother, but fortunately he was immediately held down by Tang-san and Oscar, who rushed up. Tang-san looked at the door in confusion, and found that it was Zhu Zuqing standing at the door. He was even more confused, and couldn't help but pat Daimyobai on the back and said, "Boss Dai, what's going on? This is obviously Zhu Zuqing, how can you call her mom?" "No, Mom. I miss my mom so much." Daimyobai's eyes widened, staring at Zhu Zuqing's figure. Now it was Zhu Zuqing's turn to be confused. She couldn't help blinking her big black eyes, looking at Daimyobai strangely. "What happened to you, Daimyobai?" Daimyobai suddenly shook his head again, and then changed his words. "Oh, it's Zuqing, I'm fine, I just suddenly miss my dad. Where is my dad?" Daimyobai gently scratched his yellow hair, even though he suddenly changed his words, but in the eyes of everyone, this look is still not normal. Xiao Wu standing aside seemed to remember something and suddenly spoke. "Brother San, have you forgotten? That day, that Uchiha Madara just hit Daimyobai's left cheek with that fan, and then his head fell heavily to the ground. Could it be that his brain was broken? Impossible, don't talk nonsense, Boss Dai should have just not gotten out of bed for 2 consecutive days and was stimulated. Tang San hurriedly shook his head, patted Daimyobai's shoulder with concern, and said, Boss Dai, don't let your imagination run wild. Lie down and rest for a while. We won't disturb you anymore. Okay, I'll go to sleep first. If my dad comes, remember to call me. Daimyobai said as he finally lay down on the wooden bed, but what he said made everyone feel that the situation was still not good. Because they couldn't figure out what was going on? Everyone stopped talking at this time. At Tang San's suggestion, everyone walked out of Daimyobai's dormitory together, including Su-chen and Hinata. After closing the door, Tang San heard Daimyobai call Dad again, because Su-chen hadn't removed Daimyobai's illusion at this time. After being hit by the mirror flower and water moon, Daimyobai would need at least 1 day to fully wake up without removing the illusion for Daimyobai. At this time, Tang San was still comforting others on the surface, but he was also a little weak in his heart. He didn't know what happened to his boss Dai. Through his understanding of Daimyobai, Tang San knew that under normal circumstances, his boss Dai would never say such a thing. Is it true that, as Xiao Wu said, that boss Dai's brain was damaged? Chapter 30 Yu Xiaogang's fear, it turns out that he is really a coward. Tang San didn't dare to think about it anymore, and quickly looked at Su-chen and Hinata, pretending to be calm. I'm sorry, Su-chen, Miss Hinata, maybe because of the incident a few days ago, Dai was a little stimulated, and I'm sorry to make you laugh. I'll take you to see the teacher first. Since Uchiha Madara is from your family, I'm sure the teacher will also want to see your martial spirit. Su-chen smiled and nodded. Okay. Anyway, now we are all friends, I will come to play with my sister when I am free in the future. At this point, Su-chen secretly glanced at Zhu Zuqing who was silent beside him, and found that Zhu Zuqing was lowering her head at this time, looking into Daimyobai's dormitory from time to time, with complex emotions in her eyes, but she seemed to not want to get close to that dormitory at all. Seeing this scene, Su-chen immediately showed an imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. The meaning is very obvious. Su-chen felt that Zhu Zuqing should have begun to dislike Daimyobai. First of all, Daimyobai was beaten and bedridden, half of his face was wrapped in gauze, and 1 leg was often hanging to the side. Zhu Zuqing had already begun to hate him, but now she heard him say such stupid words, like a fool, calling everyone he saw dad and mom. Such a scumbag who was bedridden and seemed to have a broken brain, I am afraid that no matter which girl he changed to, he would not be willing to stay. Su-chen did not greet Zhu Zuqing. After retracting his gaze, he and Hinata followed Zhu Zuqing to a barely decent room. Tang San walked up and knocked on the door politely. After a while, the decadent voice of the loser Yu Xiaogang came from inside. Come in, Tang San. Tang San nodded, glanced at Su-chen and Hyaga Hinata behind him, and personally brought the two into the house. In this strange room, Hinata seemed a little nervous again, but Su-chen found that Yu Xiaogang was sitting on a chair with his back to the 3 of them, and his short flat head was facing the bare wall in front of him, and the whole person was standing there. Oh, it seems that this loser Yu Xiaogang was beaten by the Madara played by me and was facing the wall, so decadent. Su-chen smiled in his heart, and quickly glanced at Hinata secretly. While Tang San was talking to the master, he immediately whispered to Hinata. That old man with a flat head is ugly, Hinata, you must not look up for a while, bear it, we will leave soon. Hinata looked at Su-chen in confusion, blinked her big round and cute eyes, and nodded obediently. At this time, the cowardly Yu Xiaogang turned around and looked at Su-chen and Hinata curiously. Obviously, Tang San had introduced their identities just now. Feeling that the old man in front of him was really a bit disgusting, Hinata immediately lowered her head and stood aside without saying a word, just like Su Chen said just now. The cowardly Xiaogang didn't care and took the initiative to ask. Are you two the brother and sister from the Haagen-Dazs kingdom that Tang-san said? The Uchiha Madara from the other day is from your family. Su Chen looked at the ugly face of the coward Xiaogang, pretended to be calm and nodded, and said. That's right, master, Uchiha Madara is from my family. As early as decades ago, my family was called the Uchiha clan in the Haagen-Dazs kingdom, but now it has retired. Uchiha Madara was already the strongest in my family at that time. After that, he left the family and may have joined the Spirit Hall. I didn't expect him to appear here. Spirit Hall. This is possible. In this case, Uchiha Madara may have been sent by the Pope. Xiaogang said this with a complicated and ugly expression. Pope? Is it the Pope of the Spirit Hall? Tang-san, who was standing aside, spoke in surprise. He had never been to Spirit City, and although he didn't know that the Pope of Spirit Hall was Bibi Dong. Xiaogang didn't answer, but this was indeed his guess. He felt that no matter whether Uchiha Madara was a sole Douluo or a titled Douluo, since he was only targeting him and had to kneel down and kowtow to call him Madara, he should have been sent by the Spirit Hall. In Xiaogang's memory, he felt that it was a bit unkind to break up with Bibi Dong for Lu Erlong and leave Bibi Dong, who was still a saint, alone in Spirit City. Chapter 31 Hyaga Hinata decided to become stronger in Douluo continent and become a god at level 100. Bibi Dong. Did you really send someone to retaliate against me? In this case, I should let you see my skills, especially in this year's All-Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy competition. I must lead these children to defeat the Spirit Hall's golden generation that you personally trained. Thinking in his heart, the cowardly Xiaogang's old face twitched, and then he shook his head and said. These are not what you should know now, Tang-san, but there is no doubt that the Spirit Hall will be your enemy in the future, so we must also understand the enemy's capabilities. I hope that when you meet Uchiha Madara next time, you will not be as scared as last time. Tang-san, who was standing aside, immediately said with a solemn oath. Don't worry, teacher, it won't happen. One day, we, the Shrek 7 devils, will be able to defeat the man named Uchiha Madara with our own hands and help the teacher get back the shame of that day. Well. Xiaogang nodded, and his eyes fell on Su Chen again. At this moment, Su Chen was despising this coward Xiaogang in his heart. Last time, he was almost scared to death by this guy. He had no ability at all and just wanted his students to protect him. He was indeed a complete coward. Then Xiaogang asked Su Chen to open his martial soul Sharingan and show it to him. The coward Xiaogang seemed to want to confirm that Uchiha Madara summoned a giant from the sky that day. Is the move of the big meteorite a 100,000-year soul skill, and find a way to crack it. Su Chen did not refuse, and naturally released the 2 Megatama Sharingan, looking at the coward Xiaogang. Xiaogang opened his eyes wide and observed Su Chen for a while, and then looked at the 2 soul rings on Su Chen's body. Naturally, he didn't see a single hair, just touched his small flat head and said. Child, you have a good talent, why don't you join Shrek Academy, and you can bring your sister to join, so that Shrek Academy can also form another team. Well, forget it. My sister Hinata and I both like freedom and don't want to join the Soul Master Academy for the time being. Su Chen rejected the coward Xiaogang with just one sentence. After saying goodbye to Tang-san, it was already late. He took Hinata's initiative to leave Shrek Academy and return to the streets of Soto City. Hinata asked in a low voice until Su Chen and her were alone. Su Chen, what did you mean by what you said to them today? Was the Uchiha Madara they were talking about a ninja from the Uchiha clan like you? Looking at Hinata's cute eyes full of expectation, Su Chen reached out and touched her black hair again, smiling. Now it seems that it should be correct, but he came to this world earlier than us, and he attacked Shrek Academy 2 days ago. He is a very powerful ninja. We will definitely have the opportunity to meet him in the future, and he will protect you at that time, but if you want to return to the ninja world, I'm afraid you still have to practice to the 100th level of godhood in this world before you can do it. Now let's go back to the hotel first. With that, Su Chen took Hinata on the way back to the hotel. As for what Su Chen said just now, that he would let Hinata meet Uchiha Madara in the future, this was naturally the truth, but that Uchiha Madara was also played by him. 100th level godhood. On the way back, Hyaga Hinata whispered these 4 words and asked in confusion. What kind of god is that, like the legendary Six-Path Sage? When she was alone with Su Chen, Hyaga Hinata was obviously not so restrained, because in this strange world, Su Chen, who also came from the ninja world, made her feel inexplicably familiar. Six-Path Sage. Su Chen thought about it, nodded, and said. About the same, it should be that level. Chapter 32 Multiple Hidden Clone Technique. Hinata was shocked. In Su Chen's opinion, if we only talk about the destructive power comparison between ninjutsu and soul skills, the two are actually not much different. The powerful 10,000-year soul skills can definitely be called S-level ninjutsu in the ninja world. For example, Jian Douluo's 10,000 swords return to the origin, Zhao Wuji's gravity squeeze. Ninjutsu such as Spiral Shuriken and Kagutsuki are definitely powerful soul skills in Douluo continent. So from this point of view, it is almost the same to say that the Six-Path Sage is equivalent to the combat power of the god level. As for the different spaces and gravity in different universes, this is not within the scope of consideration. As the system elf said, even if it comes from another universe, as long as it enters this world, it will automatically accept the rules and restrictions of this universe, so Hinata's chakra will automatically be converted into soul power, and the body will follow the rules of the universe to adapt to the environment here, and select a part as martial soul training. This is also very logical, just like in Blue Star, no matter which country people come to their country, they will be restricted by their country's laws, and the same is true in the universe. It can be seen that how much strength you have in the original world, you can only exert as much strength in this Douluo continent, so Su Chen, who just came to this world, is just an ordinary person and almost starved to death on the street. So powerful! Then won't we never be able to go back in our lifetime? Hinata Hyaga couldn't help biting her lip, feeling a little disappointed. Su Chen smiled quickly, grabbed Hinata Hyaga's soft little hand, and comforted her. Of course it won't take that long. The practice methods in this world are different from those in the ninja world. You can also absorb powerful spirit rings to upgrade. I'll teach you when we get back. Hyaga Hinata looked at Su Chen's confident face, nodded with a blush on her pretty face, and said nothing more. After returning to the hotel, Hinata suddenly said she wanted to take a shower, but there was only one bath in this room, which was not very convenient for her. Su Chen thought about it, and went downstairs to change to the best suite, which had several rooms and several different small pools, so that Hinata could take a good bath. Of course, Su Chen would not think of taking advantage of Hinata now, because Hinata Hyaga was still the same as she had just appeared, and she was the same age as Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, and she was still a girl. After taking a bath, Hinata Hyaga slept in her room. Su Chen didn't think much about it, and lay down comfortably on the bed. Next, he planned to teach Hinata Hyaga how to practice, and learn how to fight himself, and then go to the Soto City Soul Arena to beat Tang San and Xiao Wu. If you draw a transformation card of another character, you can directly beat the entire Shrek 7 devils in the team battle at the Soto City Great Fighting Spirit Arena. Because the first stage of the Master's special training is about to end, the second stage of the Shrek 7 Devils special training will naturally be carried out at the Soto City Great Fighting Spirit Arena, and the Royal Fighting Team will arrive soon. After Hyuga, Hinata also absorbs the soul ring and obtains the first 3 soul skills. Su-chen plans to fight with Hinata. Hyuga and 2 people participated in the team battle, and it was not difficult to beat the Shrek 7 devils 2 against 7. Just like that, after a night, when Su-chen woke up the next day, he actually heard the reminder of the system wizard in his mind. After several days of automatic training, congratulations to the host for breaking through the 32nd level of soul power. Now you can start a lottery. So soon it's level 32. Su-chen was a little surprised, then nodded and said, "Okay, then start the lottery. I hope you can give me a Uchiha Attack transformation card." Ding, the system is drawing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-level ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone. From now on, this move can be regarded as the host's own soul skill. Multiple shadow clone. Su-chen's heart moved. This ninjutsu feels pretty good. It can be unlimited clones, so you can do a lot of things. You can even fall in love with several girls at the same time. Su-chen asked in his heart. Then how should I use it? It's the same as before. Chapter 33 Multiple Hidden Clone, Hinata Shocked, Part 2. The system elf said affirmatively. That's right, as long as you give the command in your mind, you can release the ninjutsu. The host can say the number of clones you want to create in your mind, and you can directly clone. However, with the current host's soul power, the system does not recommend the host to create too many clones, otherwise, the soul power of each clone will become less and less. So that's how it is. I'll try it first. Su-chen smiled and nodded, and then immediately thought in his mind. Use multiple shadow clones to create 7 clones. As soon as Su-chen gave the command in his mind, his soul power began to condense and release instantly, and then he heard a continuous sound of bang 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 bang. He saw that 7 clones exactly like him had appeared beside him. Including himself, there were 8 in total, almost filling the entire room. Great! Su-chen was surprised to find that he could control every clone and talk to them. Although this situation is actually equivalent to talking to oneself feels completely different. After that, seeing that the time was almost up, Su-chen took the 7 clones out of the room and came to the hall of the suite, and then asked the 7 clones to start packing, sweeping the floor, and cleaning the glass. Su-chen sat comfortably on a chair alone. Some people might think that it would be slower to release ninjutsu by reciting in the mind, but it was not the case at all. For ordinary ninjas, they need to seal to release ninjutsu, but he only needs to give a command in his mind, which is much faster than sealing. Moreover, reciting the name of ninjutsu in the mind is much faster than reciting it out loud, and it can also make this speed faster as the mental power increases. The mental power is superluminal, and in the future it will be possible to release ninjutsu in less than 1/10 of a second. This is much faster than the ninjas in the ninja world or the speed of soul masters releasing soul skills. Perhaps she heard some noise outside. After a while, the somewhat nervous Hinata Hyuga pushed open the door of the room and walked out carefully. After seeing the 8 identical Su-chens in the hall, Hinata Hyuga's beautiful eyes widened and asked curiously. Su-chen, is this the multiple clone technique? Why is it so similar to his? Su-chen's real body stood up and responded naturally. This is the multiple shadow clones, which I learned before I came to this world. Who is he you are talking about? Hinata Hyuga's pretty face changed, and she shook her head and said quickly. No, I just said it casually. Otherwise, you can teach me how to practice in this world, Su-chen. Hinata Hyuga naturally felt a little reluctant to part with Uzumaki Naruto, whom she liked when she was a child, but she knew that she could not go back in a short time, so she could only silently wish in her heart that Naruto over there could realize his dream and successfully become Hokage. Hinata, who is here, has a new goal in mind at this moment, that is, to become stronger as soon as possible, cultivate to the 100th level to become a god, and then return to the ninja world, so that her family and friends there can see a completely different her. Especially her father, Hyaga Hinata, who had just experienced a duel with her sister Hanabi and was abandoned. At this moment, she was thinking that even if she knew that she was missing, her father Hyaga Hayashi would not be sad. Otherwise, he would not let her become a ninja and experience the test of life and death. I am afraid that after a while, everyone will forget her existence, because she has no sense of existence in the village. Thinking of this, Hyaga Hinata couldn't help biting her lips hard, and tears flashed in her eyes. Even if I came to a completely unfamiliar world, I must prove myself. I hope that when you see me again in the future, you will no longer look down on me like before. Well, okay, I'll teach you. Su Chen nodded. In fact, of course he knew that Hinata was talking about Naruto, but he didn't take it to heart. Anyway, Naruto is probably still pursuing Sakura and fighting with Nijiruso. Chapter 34 Su Chen and Hyaga Hinata form a new team. Quickly withdraw after all the clones, Su Chen came to Hinata, asked Hinata to sit down on a chair beside her, and began to teach her how to practice in Douluo continent and absorb soul power. In fact, Su Chen didn't understand how to practice at first. He learned it by asking the system elves and exploring it himself. It is not difficult to understand that the basic practice of Douluo continent is to absorb the power of heaven and earth through meditation and transform it into one's own soul power. In addition to absorbing soul rings or receiving rewards from the God examination, this is the most basic way of practicing for soul masters. All soul masters practice in this way. As for the speed of absorbing soul power, it depends on their own talents and the strength of their martial souls. Of course, this way of practice is also affected by the environment. If you can practice in a simulated environment, you can naturally increase the speed of absorbing soul power again. Su Chen does not need any simulated practice environment, because his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan has been loaded with an automatic practice system. In just a few days, his soul power has increased by 1 level. Under Su Chen's guidance, Hinata quickly learned how to absorb soul power. This way of practice is completely different from her chakra practice in the ninja world, but it may be because she has practiced chakra in the ninja world, so her speed of absorbing soul power is not slow, but faster and faster. Seeing that Hinata has entered the state of practice, Su Chen did not disturb her, but went out to buy some snacks and daily necessities. Next, Su Chen is also ready to adapt to this body that already has soul power, and start training physical skills, including learning to use the shadow clone technique, the fireball technique, and the moon reading and Amaterasu. There is also the forbidden power, Susanoo. There is no doubt that Su Chen's combat power is now very strong, because he has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and he will not overuse his eyes. As long as the soul power is sufficient, he can use soul skills without limit, and there will be no problem at all to open Susanoo. After staying in the hotel with Hinata for 7 days, Su Chen finally figured out how to use his soul skills and ninjutsu, so on this day, he brought Hinata to the prosperous Soto City Great Soul Fighting Arena. After these days of training, Su Chen felt that Hinata's soul power should have also improved, which is about equivalent to level 28. If she absorbs 2 more soul rings, her soul power should be able to directly break through level 30. But if you want to take Hinata to find soul rings, you must go to the Stardo Great Forest. Now Su Chen doesn't want to go. He plans to continue to practice and upgrade while participating in the soul fighting battle, and then draw a new transformation card. When the time comes, after using the transformation card, he will help Hinata go to the Stardo Great Forest to find a suitable soul beast. After entering the Soto City Great Soul Fighting Arena, Su Chen and Hinata quickly completed the registration under the arrangement of the staff and received 2 Iron Soul badges. Su Chen was not at ease letting Hinata participate in the fighting alone, so he quickly brought Hinata to the place where he registered for the 2-on-2 fight, intending to accumulate practical experience with Hinata in the 2-on-2 fight. In fact, the strength of the two was not weak at all. After all, one had the Sharingan and the other had the Byakugan. The two were equivalent to representing the two major families of Konoha to participate in the battle. What surprised Su-chen was that the staff member in charge of the 2-on-2 front desk registration was the front desk girl with a purple ponytail that he was familiar with in the anime. This girl looked to be in her 20s and had a mature and full figure. Maybe because Su-chen was from the Blue Star, the front desk girl couldn't help but take a look at his half-blood prince-like face and said lightly, "Give your group a name." Su-chen thought about it, looked at the Byakugan girl Hinata beside him, and said in a low voice, "Since we are all from Konoha, why don't we call ourselves the Konoha Combination?" Hearing Su-chen's words, Hinata shook her head reluctantly, blinked her big round and cute eyes, and said, "It doesn't sound very nice." "That's right. The Konoha Combination is indeed not very nice." Su-chen thought about it and suddenly changed his words. "Then why not call us the Double Eyes Combination?" "Double Eyes? You have the Sharingan, and I have the Byakugan, so this should work." Hinata secretly glanced at Su-chen's face and nodded very ladylike. Now that she has been with Su-chen for such a long time, she is not as shy as before. Chapter 35 Su-chen and Hyaga Hinata meet Tang-san and Xiao Wu, and the battle begins. Su-chen said to the girl at the front desk very naturally, "Let's call our team the Double Eyes team. Just sign us up for the 2-on-2 soul fight." The girl at the front desk quickly took the soul fight badges from Su-chen and Hinata, took them in her hand and looked at them. Just as she was about to complete the registration, she suddenly stopped and looked at Su-chen in surprise. "No, your soul power levels are different. This girl is level 27, and you are level 32. You can only sign up for the 2-on-2 soul fight between levels 30 and 40. The opponents you meet all have 3 soul rings. In this case, you two will be at a disadvantage. Are you sure you want to sign up?" The girl at the front desk looked at Su-chen again with her big eyes stained with eyeshadow. Su-chen smiled at the girl at the front desk and said confidently, "It doesn't matter. Just sign up. We don't care at all." The girl at the front desk looked at Su-chen with appreciation, and then quickly completed the registration. After returning the soul fight badges to Su-chen and Hinata, she asked the two to wait in the lounge next to them. It seems that there are not many soul masters participating in the soul fight tonight. After only 2 rounds, it was Su-chen and Hinata's turn to play. Facing the fighting spirit arena with thousands of spectators, Hinata was obviously very nervous and a little shy. Su-chen had to quickly grasp Hinata's soft little hand and calmly took her to the fighting spirit arena. The two did not wear masks, so this appearance caused cheers and applause from many audiences. This is of course because Su-chen and Hinata both have a certain charm. Su-chen is the kind of boy who makes people very surprised at first sight, especially in Douluo continent where he has never seen a prince's face. Although Hinata is more introverted and dresses conservatively, after Su-chen's dressing today, she is already very beautiful with long hair. She doesn't wear revealing clothes, and only a few people can see that her figure covered by her clothes is very full. Su-chen originally thought that this was just an ordinary soul fight, that is, he and Hinata were stretching their muscles and adapting to the first battle, but he didn't expect that as soon as he looked up, he saw 2 familiar figures walking out of the soul fight channel on the opposite side. Dear audience, this 2-on-2 soul fight is about to begin. The first pair of double pupils is a new combination with no actual combat experience. The 3-5 combination on the opposite side is similar. They have only experienced a 2-on-2 soul fight, so this is equivalent to a confrontation between 2 new combinations. Let's wait and see. The host's voice also came from the back, and resounded throughout the soul fight arena under the rendering of the loudspeaker soul guide. Yes, At this time Su-chen saw that the two masked boys and girls who walked out of the Soul Fight channel on the opposite side were Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had met in Shrek Academy not long ago. Double pupil combination, hee. What a strange name. Xiao Wu smiled, but she and Tang San didn't know it at the moment. It wasn't until they walked to the fighting arena and saw Su-chen and Hinata on the opposite side that they immediately reacted. Su-chen, why is it you? Tang San looked at Su-chen in surprise, and quickly took off his mask, revealing his ordinary face. And this girl is here too, she's Hinata, right? Xiao Wu smiled immediately after seeing the plump and lovely Hinata, and also took off the mask on her face. It's them. Hinata recognized Tang San and Xiao Wu, she bit her lips lightly, and glanced at Su-chen beside her nervously. Su-chen nodded and said politely. Tang San, Xiao Wu, I didn't expect to meet you. Su-chen looked at the two people in front of him, blinked, and continued. Aren't you still in the academy, participating in the first stage of the master's special training? Why are you here to participate in the soul fighting? Tang San scratched his head and said. Oh, actually the first stage of the master's special training ended early, so we have all come to the Soto City Soul Fighting Arena today. It may be because of the attack by Uchiha Madara. The teacher wants us to become stronger as soon as possible. I didn't expect that this first soul fighting. I met you. Chapter 36 Beating Tang San and Xiao Wu with Hyaga Hinata. Xiao Wu was scared. It's a bit of a coincidence, but it doesn't matter. Let's just treat it as a normal competition. Su-chen smiled lightly, and didn't care too much in his heart, because he knew that now he beat Tang San and Xiao Wu violently, just like playing. As for Hinata, she just needs to pretend. In fact, Su-chen thinks that the cute Hinata is not without the power to fight against the rogue rabbit Xiao Wu, both of them are girls. Although Hinata has not obtained the soul ring now, she can protect the 8 diagram 64 palms. Well, since we have met, let's give it a try. As Tang San spoke, he stretched out his right hand and immediately released his martial spirit, which was the blue-silver grass. Then Xiao Wu behind him also released her martial spirit. The 2 pink rabbit ears on her head moved, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose under her feet. Tang San naturally also had 2 yellow and 1 purple configuration. He looked into Su-chen's eyes and said. Last time I saw that you had the best soul ring configuration like us, I knew that you were also an amazing genius soul master. Su-chen, we, the Shrek 7 devils, will definitely seek revenge on Uchiha Madara in the future, so please let me know the ability of your Sharingan in advance. Okay, no problem. Su-chen nodded very readily, but said disdainfully in his heart. Since you want to fight, then it's as you wish, Tang San. Not only will I beat you, but also your sister Xiao Wu. After taking a look at Xiao Wu behind Tang San, Su-chen's eyes finally turned into 3 Magadama Sharingan, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose from his feet. Well, this is... Seeing that Su-chen, Tang San, and Xiao Wu all had circles of soul rings on their bodies, the plump white-eyed girl Hinata seemed very confused, her 2 ignorant big eyes blinked, not knowing what those circles were. Yes, Su-chen had not told Hinata about soul rings. He planned to go to the Star-Do Great Forest soon to let Hinata truly understand the role of soul rings. These 2 players should be ready, so I declare that this game officially begins. Seeing that the soul masters of the 2 sides seemed to know each other and were still greeting each other, the host holding the microphone couldn't wait any longer and directly announced the start of the game. Su-chen immediately protected Hinata behind him, looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu in front of him seriously, and said. Let's do it, Tang San, Xiao Wu. Tang San looked at Hinata, the girl with white eyes behind Su-chen, in confusion, and asked in a low voice. Doesn't she need to release her martial spirit? Not yet. Su Chen's words made Tang San and Xiao Wu feel that the two people in front of them were a little mysterious. Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at each other. The long-term cooperation made the two of them have a tacit understanding. The moment Tang San turned his head, Xiao Wu directly raised her seductive long legs and kicked towards Su Chen. Su Chen immediately urged the power of the Sharingan, and saw that the three Megatama in his eyes were spinning rapidly. Although this was not the state of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had already seen the action of Xiao Wu kicking her beautiful legs over, just like playing a slideshow, clear and complete. Yes, no matter how fast the opponent's movements are, they can be seen clearly in the world of Sharingan, unless the speed is as fast as the 8 gates, which is more difficult to capture, then you need to open the Mangekyo Sharingan to see it clearly. Just like that, under the gaze of Su Chen's Sharingan, when Xiao Wu's whip kick was about to hit his shoulder, he happened to dodge it by turning sideways. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly launched the shadow clone technique, and saw that behind Xiao Wu, 4 identical him appeared directly, and they worked together to hug Xiao Wu tightly before she landed. That's right, the 4 clones of Su Chen were grabbing Xiao Wu's 2 arms and those 2 slender legs with their hands. The 4 clones acted separately, just restricting Xiao Wu's hands and legs tightly, making it difficult for her to move. What's going on? Xiao Wu's body trembled, and she seemed very anxious. In this situation where she was firmly caught, she couldn't even use her third soul skill, teleportation. Chapter 37 Amaterasu's flames burst out, and Tang San was shocked. Xiao Wu. Seeing Xiao Wu being caught by Su Chen's 4 clones, Tang San behind him suddenly became anxious. He saw that the 2 soul rings on his body lit up at the same time, and more than a dozen thick blue-silver grasses all entangled with Su Chen's 4 clones. Hehe, brother is waiting for this move of yours, blue-silver grass entanglement, you want to make me laugh to death. At this moment, Su Chen rushed directly to block his 4 clones, and saw that the first soul ring on his body lit up instantly, and a stream of hot flame energy gushed out of his mouth. Fire escape, great fireball technique. The next second, raging flames spewed out of Su Chen's mouth, quickly condensing into a large fireball on the ring, crushing the dozen thick blue-silver grasses that spread over Tang San, destroying them with ease. In just a moment, all the dozen thick blue-silver grasses that spread over the ground were burned to ashes. What? Looking at the big fireball rolling in front of him, Tang San's face suddenly froze, and his body quickly stepped back several steps. Now his blue-silver grass has not yet acquired the ability to be immune to fire, so of course it will be very afraid of fire. Purple Demon Eye. At this critical moment, Tang San quickly opened the purple demon eye and quickly performed the ghost shadow mirage, moving quickly to the other side to avoid the fireball attack. Of course, ordinary great fireball techniques are easier to dodge, but the great fireball technique performed by Su Chen is different. After being dodged by Tang San, the big fireball did not roll out of the fighting spirit arena directly, but turned around and continued to chase Tang San. This is of course because Su Chen's martial soul is the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He can use his pupil power to control the direction of the flame, just like controlling Amaterasu. Facing the pursuit of the great fireball technique, Tang San was naturally completely unable to be distracted. His blue-silver grass could not resist the burning of the flames at all, so he could only use the ghost shadow mirage to keep running wildly on the arena. Su Chen retracted his gaze. He did not choose to defeat Tang San at this time. That guy still had hidden weapons. Now it is of course more appropriate to defeat Xiao Wu first. But when Su Chen set his eyes on Xiao Wu's face, he suddenly saw Xiao Wu's eyes turned pink. Second soul skill, Charm. Xiao Wu suddenly blinked her eyes and used her second soul skill. Damn! Su Chen only felt his whole body tremble, but when he immediately realized that something was wrong and opened his Mangekyo Sharingan, he instantly became immune to the effect of the charm and countered it to Xiao Wu. What's going on? Ah! Xiao Wu's pretty face suddenly turned pale, she screamed, bit her lips hard, and at this time she found that she couldn't move anymore, and her head was still dizzy, as if she had been charmed by herself. While Xiao Wu was being attacked, Su Chen's 4 clones immediately began to exert their strength. The 4 clones stepped on each other's shoulders and quickly pushed Xiao Wu to the top. Shadow Clone, Continuous Bomb. That's right, this move does not need to be understood, just learn the movements of Naruto in the anime. After the 4 clones pushed Xiao Wu to the top, they exerted their strength together and threw Xiao Wu's delicate body out of the fighting spirit arena. Xiao Wu. Tang San, who was dodging the fireball technique, immediately shouted, and his third soul ring instantly lit up and condensed into a huge spider web on the ground, trying to bind Su Chen in it. This was naturally Tang San's third soul skill, the spider web binding. Third soul skill, Amaterasu. The third soul ring on Su Chen's body also lit up instantly. Although it was a bit of a waste to use Amaterasu against Tang San, it was actually nothing, because he had the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi had become soul skills attached to his soul rings. In this case, no matter how Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi were used, there would be no consumption of the eyes, only soul power would be consumed. At this moment, Tang San only saw a ball of black flames pouring out of Su Chen's eyes, instantly devouring his spider web, and forming a black wall of fire on the ring. Chapter 38 Let Hyuga Hinata beat Xiao Wu violently, the White-Eyed Empress. Tang San, admit defeat, your blue-silver grass can't resist my Amaterasu at all, this is the strongest black flame in the world. Su Chen, who opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, stood behind the black wall of fire and took the initiative to persuade Tang San. Of course, what he said was true. Amaterasu, which has a devouring effect, can be called the strongest flame in the world. Even Ma Hongjun's so-called phoenix flame is far from comparable. In front of him was a burning black flame, and behind him was a fireball of the great fireball technique. Tang San knew that his blue-silver grass would not have any effect at all in the face of such a powerful flame, so he quickly stepped back and quickly put his hand on the 24 Bridges moonlit night on his waist. Su Chen, be careful. Tang San took the initiative to remind Su Chen, and many poisonous needles with innuendo appeared in his hands. This guy Tang San is going to use a hidden weapon. Su Chen reacted immediately, but he did not panic, but directly increased the power of the black fire wall again, completely blocking his body. Sure enough, the next moment, Tang San threw all the poisonous needles with innuendos over. Bang 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 bang. There is no doubt that all of Tang San's poisonous needles were blocked by the black fire wall formed by Amaterasu, and they were directly swallowed and burned into gas. On the other side, Xiao Wu, who had been thrown out of the ring by Su Chen's clone, saw that her third brother was in danger and shouted hurriedly. Third brother! Then, Xiao Wu's third soul ring lit up instantly, and her eyes changed, and her eyes fell on the face of Hinata Hyuga, who had not taken any action and was a little scared, and she rushed back to the ring instantly. Third soul skill, Teleport. Shua. Xiao Wu actually returned to the fighting soul arena by teleporting, and rushed directly to Hinata Hyuga. Ah! Hyuga Hinata shouted hurriedly, and took 2 steps back in panic. Obviously, seeing Xiao Wu rushing towards her, she didn't dare to fight. Don't be afraid, Hinata. Su Chen immediately let his 4 clones rush towards Xiao Wu again, and at the same time, he instantly used the Mangekyo Sharingan to aim at Tang San in front of him. In an instant, the black flames all moved closer to Tang San, and turned into a black fire circle, gradually surrounding him. Feeling that his clothes and pants were about to be burned by the intense heat, Tang San quickly took the initiative to speak. I admit defeat. Tang San knew that he had indeed lost this battle of souls. He promised the master not to use his hidden weapons in the battle of souls, but he still used the 72 poison needles that were insinuated just now, so he didn't plan to resist anymore at this time. Su Chen nodded, and then the black flames stopped. On the other side, Xiao Wu, who was about to attack Hyaga Hinata, was also blocked by his clones. Since Tang San had already admitted defeat, the next thing he had to do was to deal with Xiao Wu. Su Chen used the shadow clone technique again, creating 6 clones. Together with the 4 clones just now, 10 clones attacked Xiao Wu together, and Xiao Wu was beaten back step by step. She couldn't help shouting. "Why are there so many identical people? What's wrong with you?" Under the attack of Su Chen's 10 clones, Xiao Wu has been forced to the edge of the ring. At this time, Su Chen took the initiative to shout to Hinata Hyaga on the side. "Hinata, don't be afraid, attack with my clones, use your soft fist to attack her." I will attack." Hinata's body trembled, and she seemed a little nervous. The small hand that was originally raised was also shaking slightly, and a pair of round eyes stared at the rogue rabbit Xiao Wu not far away. Xiao Wu did not break through the siege of Su Chen's 10 clones at this moment. She had used teleportation once, and she had no soul power to use it a second time in a short time. So Su Chen, who opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, shouted to Hinata again. "Don't worry, open your Byakugan, capture her movements, and then use your soft fist to knock her off the ring." For Hinata, who was still a little scared at this time, Su Chen certainly had to let her adapt to the next fighting spirit, because only in this way can she continue to become stronger, let her Byakugan evolve into Samsara I, and become the Byakugan Empress with 9 soul rings in the future. In this way, after returning to the ninja world in the future, Hinata Hyaga, who was once defeated by her sister Hyaga Hanabi, can be proud and let everyone look at her with new eyes. Chapter 39 Tang San and Xiao Wu were defeated, and Hinata Hyaga was no longer afraid. Xiao Wu. Tang San, who had already admitted defeat, was originally ready to let Xiao Wu give up resistance, but when he saw Su Chen intending to let Hinata deal with Xiao Wu, he immediately took back what he wanted to say. Looking at Xiao Wu, who had been forced to the edge of the ring, Hinata suddenly changed her eyes when she heard Su Chen's voice. She squatted down slowly, and her palms with special power slowly raised up. That's right, at this moment, Hinata's eyes had completely turned into white eyes. Under her white eyes, you can clearly see the flow of soul power in Xiao Wu's body and her every move. Hinata, who opened her white eyes, had a firm look in her eyes at this time, and then she stepped on her feet and rushed towards Xiao Wu regardless of everything. At this moment, Su Chen discovered that Hinata at this time was like welcoming pain in the anime, so resolute and possessing absolute power. Yes, Hinata, who opened her white eyes, had already rushed to meet Xiao Wu, who was surrounded by Su Chen's clones, and raised her palms, and swung several palms in a row. Each palm released soul power, as if a blue airflow was surging in her palms. What Hinata was performing at this time was the 8-diagram 64 palms of the Hyaga clan. Although Hinata could not fully perform the 64 palms of the 8 diagrams at this time, facing Xiao Wu, whose soul power was almost exhausted, her moves still forced Xiao Wu to retreat continuously. The most important thing is that Hinata's momentum has crushed Xiao Wu at this time. After opening her white eyes, she can no longer see fear in her eyes. There is only deep determination, and she just wants to defeat the rogue rabbit in front of her. Bang 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 bang. After Xiao Wu used her beautiful legs to continuously fight against Hinata's double palm attacks, she saw Hinata's strange sideways, and then slapped out with a palm, and hit her hips hard. Ah! Xiao Wu suddenly screamed, and her body fell to one side uncontrollably. At this moment, Hinata did not stop. Now she seemed to be no longer the weak white-eyed girl, but a real female warrior. She raised her palm again, took advantage of the victory and chased, and hit Xiao Wu's soft belly directly. At this moment, Hinata's eyes were firm and sharp, because she remembered the scene when she was soft-hearted and lost to her sister Hyaga Hanabi, and then was abandoned by her father. Until now, that scene is the pain in Hinata's heart, so at this moment, she has already shouted in her heart. I must go back, I must become stronger. All of you ignore my existence, and maybe not many people care even if I disappear, so I must prove my determination. When I return to the ninja world, I will definitely attract the attention of all of you, my father, my family, the village, and everyone. When she shouted these words in her heart, Hinata had already slapped the palm hard, causing the rogue rabbit Xiaohu's delicate body to fly out uncontrollably and fall off the edge of the fighting spirit arena. Ah, don't! Xiaohu screamed again, but it was useless. In her voice of no, her delicate body had already fallen to the ground uncontrollably, and her butt hurt. When she raised her face, she saw the white-eyed girl standing above still staring at her with her beautiful eyes. At this moment, the momentum of the girl with white eyes was so fearless and powerful. She was completely different from the shy and cute girl I saw in the academy. Yes, Su Chen had already seen that Hinata finally overcame her inner weakness and began to become brave. Because she wanted to become stronger and gain everyone's recognition, this time, she not only defeated Xiao Wu, but also defeated her inner self. Seeing Tang San admit defeat and Xiao Wu was knocked off the fighting spirit arena, the host immediately picked up the microphone and announced to the audience. 3-5 combination versus double pupil combination. Double pupil combination 1, let us congratulate this pair of newcomers. Great, Hinata, you actually did it. Looking at Hinata's figure at this moment, Su Chen was also very excited at this time, and couldn't help but exclaimed. After all, only Hinata who has overcome her inner weakness can truly grow up in the future and become a white-eyed empress with a reincarnation eye. Hearing Su Chen's voice, Hinata finally slowly turned her face, looked at the boy with the special Sharingan seriously, and asked in a low voice. Did we win? Chapter 40 Tang San was beaten very badly and left with Xiao Wu. We won, of course we have won. Su Chen nodded affirmatively. You are already very good, Hinata, in the first time participating in the fighting spirit. Although Hinata defeated Xiao Wu just now when Xiao Wu's soul power was almost exhausted, the courage she showed had already shocked Su Chen. Next, as long as Hinata absorbs 3 soul rings, I believe that later, she can completely defeat Xiao Wu with her real strength. The white eyes are not weak. Not only can you see the flow of soul power in the opponent's body, but you can also predict the opponent's next moves. The reason why Hinata was able to accurately sideways and hit Xiao Wu's hips with one palm is that at that moment she had already understood the essence of the 64 palms of guarding the 8 diagrams. I believe that in the near future, she should be able to fully perform the 64 palms of the 8 trigrams. As for defensive ninjutsu such as the heaven-turning technique, although Su Chen does not know it, after his next transformation, as long as he has information about the Hyuga clan's ninjutsu in his mind, he can smoothly teach Hinata. Hinata nodded seriously with a pretty face, and at this time, she heard the host announce that Su Chen and Hinata having already won. Xiao Wu, whose butt hurt from the fall, slowly stood up from the ring. Xiao Wu was obviously very unconvinced, and she clenched her fists and couldn't help but snorted. What's so great, we will definitely beat you next time. Xiao Wu's words were obviously directed at Su Chen, because if Su Chen's clones hadn't besieged her just now, she wouldn't have been knocked off the ring by Hinata. As the protagonist, Tang San was obviously a little embarrassed at this time, because he always thought he was awesome, but he lost the first battle of fighting spirits just after returning from the Star Do Great Forest. Although Tang San felt that he didn't use his full strength, because he still had the Clear Sky Hammer and the 8 Spider Lance to use, he still felt a little aggrieved in his heart. After coming to Xiao Wu, he could only say dejectedly. I'm sorry, Xiao Wu, I didn't perform well in this battle. I was surrounded by the flames and couldn't get away. I will never make the same mistake again next time. Actually, Tang San was self-righteous. Although he did have the clear sky hammer and 8 spider lance that he hadn't used, facing the black flame Amaterasu released by Su Chen at that time, even if he used the clear sky hammer and 8 spider lance spirit bones, it would be useless. Amaterasu is the strongest black flame in the world, which can burn everything at the same time. It can completely burn Tang San's spider spirit bone together. His clear sky hammer is far from evolving to the peak now, and he doesn't even have a spirit ring. Facing the black flame of Amaterasu is also useless. So if Tang San didn't admit defeat just now, he would at least be burned, and even that thing might be burned. In that case, no girl would like him anymore, and even Xiaowu would leave him, so it was a wise choice for him to admit defeat directly at the critical moment. It's okay, third brother. Winning or losing is normal in a fighting spirit. We can come back next time. Xiaowu obviously didn't blame Tang San. Now the two of them have experienced a lot of things, including coming back from the Stardo Great Forest together, so the relationship between the two is very deep at this time, and they will not have disagreements because of such a small matter. Su Chen also didn't intend to snatch Xiaowu from Tang San. He already has Hinata now, and there will be no shortage of other girls in the future. Since Xiaowu is Tang San's reverse scale, then in the future Tang San and Xiaowu will be beaten together. This is exactly what Su Chen thought. Then when Su Chen stood with the white-eyed girl Hinata, he watched Tang San and Xiaowu leave together from the cloak passage in disgrace. That's what it feels like to be a loser. Su Chen also heard what Tang San said just now. He won't make the same mistake next time. Haha. Su Chen laughed in his heart at that time. Tang San, this idiot, will do it again next time. Next time, he won't be beaten into a fool. At least he should be beaten to death. Thinking in his heart, seeing that Tang San and Xiaowu had already left, Su Chen took the hand of the white-eyed girl Hinata, and the two of them walked down the fighting spirit arena together amid countless applause and cheers, and then walked out of the fighting spirit channel. Chapter 41 The pretty front desk girl, Yu Xiaogang is too weird. At this time, Su Chen saw Hinata pursing her lips gently, thinking that she must be a little thirsty. So Su Chen took Hinata's hand and took the initiative to walk to the water selling place next to him, and bought a bottle of drink for himself and Hinata. There are drinks for sale in Douluo continent. In fact, there are many similarities between Douluo continent and Ninja world, that is, these two worlds have many things similar to modern times, such as cameras, video recorders, and even TVs that can play videos in Ninja world. Douluo continent is relatively not that advanced, but there are also soul guides, microphones, pianos, etc. similar to electric lights. While drinking a drink, Su Chen suddenly found someone looking at him. After looking at the direction where the gaze came from, Su Chen found that it was the mature receptionist with short hair. This girl had a purple-brown ponytail, and her figure was plump, slim, and sexy. At this time, her big eyes also had a kind of watery charm. Well, this girl, is she seducing your brother Chen? Should I push her away? Su Chen thought to himself, and then retracted his gaze. After all, he was a little shy. He was a boy from Earth. Being looked at by a big sister who was older than him, he still felt a little bit. However, since Su Chen was going to leave with Hinata, he still had to pass by the receptionist. When he and Hinata walked past him, the receptionist with a ponytail actually took the initiative to speak. It's amazing, you two. Hey! Su Chen and Hinata both stopped, and they turned around and saw the mature and charming face of the receptionist with a smile. It was a bit charming. Because the clothes the girl at the front desk wore were a bit flashy, a bit like dancing clothes. No wonder, she should be a part-time dancer. It's okay, this is our first time to participate in a double fighting spirit. Su Chen scratched his head a little shyly. No, you are already very good. The 3-5 combination has defeated several powerful combinations in a row before. Especially the girl next to you is less than level 30. You can do this with her. I believe you will achieve great success in the future. The girl at the front desk continued to look at Su Chen with admiration, and praised him undisguisedly in her words. I hope so. Su Chen said after the voice. He did not stay any longer, and immediately turned around and left with Hinata. Because of the big sister-like gaze, he was still a little shy. I don't know what the girl at the front desk wants to do by saying so many nice things. Is she trying to push me down? Then Su Chen will definitely not resist. Although this girl did not show up much in the original work, she is really good looking. She is not even worse than some supporting characters who appear more. In addition to this mature girl with a purple ponytail, there is another girl in this big fighting arena that Su Chen appreciates and likes. That is of course the host Douluo who appeared later. That is the DJ Queen, anyway, she is very powerful. Seeing Su Chen and the white-eyed girl beside him leave, the girl at the front desk who was sitting at the counter stroked her short brown hair, and since she still touched her lips elegantly, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth again, and she said to herself. I didn't expect that you're still a shy kid, Su Chen. Hey, not bad, I'll remember your name. Su Chen didn't expect that the short-haired receptionist who appeared in the anime was still so charming and still looked at him from behind. At this time, he had already arrived at the lounge where he had stayed before, and Hinata was naturally with him. Coincidentally, the Shrek 7 devils who came to the Great Fighting Spirit Arena to start the second stage of special training were also gathered in this lounge at this time. Including Tang San and Xiaowu who had just been defeated, they also stood together in dejection. There were Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zuqing, and Ning Rongrong next to them. And the most disgusting loser Yu Xiaogang. Chapter 42 Dai Mubai was beaten silly, and Tang San was embarrassed. The loser Yu Xiaogang, with a round little flat head, was standing in front of Tang San and Xiao Wu, gesticulating and saying something. Then Yu Xiaogang's words at that time made Tang San and Xiao Wu look unhappy. What was the coward Yu Xiaogang talking about? There was no need to think about it. The coward Yu Xiaogang must be blaming Tang San and Xiao Wu for losing this battle of spirits because of mistakes. Then the coward Yu Xiaogang suddenly stopped and stared, because he had seen Su Chen and Hinata walking into the lounge. Not only the coward Yu Xiaogang, but everyone else also looked at Su Chen and Hinata. Especially the little fangirl Ning Rongrong, her crescent-shaped eyes suddenly lit up, curved, and very beautiful. Su Chen, and this Hyaga Hinata, they are here. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but exclaimed. Zhu Zuqing also stared at Su Chen and Hinata, and then her eyes fell on Hinata's plump figure again. She seemed to be more interested in Hinata. Su Chen had already seen the Shrek 7 devils not far away. He was not at all restrained. He just waved to everyone from a distance, and then walked over with Hinata. Hello, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. After coming to the front of everyone, Su Chen greeted them politely. Hinata, who was shy and timid, had just exploded in the fighting spirit arena, but now she was silent again, burying her head very low, and sticking to Su Chen. In this strange world, Su Chen, who has the Sharingan, is naturally her only support. Yes, I just found out that Tang San and Xiao Wu's opponents were you. I thought you had left Soto City. Ning Rongrong quickly smiled and answered, and her beautiful eyes secretly looked at Su Chen's face from time to time. Just now, my sister Hinata and I were indeed participating in the soul fighting, sparring with Tang San and Xiao Wu, and we just won by luck. Su Chen was very humble. Although he wanted to beat Tang San and the cowardly Yu Xiaogang to death, he would not show it. Hey, it was just for fun, so that they would mistakenly think that he was their good brother and good partner. In fact, he was their father and grandfather. No, you won if you won, there is no luck, it was Xiao Wu and I who lost to you just now, Su Chen. At this time, Tang-san took the initiative to speak. After this period of time, Tang-san still appreciated Su-chen, and he continued. Teacher just blamed us because of the mistakes Xiaowu and I made in that soul fighting. In any case, I believe that whether it is you and the white-eyed girl Hinata next to you, or Xiaowu and I, after experiencing that battle, both of us will grow. It must be said that Tang-san is quite good at talking. Su-chen also smiled and nodded. Yeah, what you said makes sense. In short, no matter whether it was the fight just now or we meet again in the future, we don't have to care too much about the victory or defeat. Anyway, we are not enemies. Well, of course we are not enemies. Tang-san said with certainty. After Su-chen continued to chat with Tang-san for a few more sentences, he found that Zhu Zuking's big black eyes were staring at him. Only then did he realize that Dai Mubai didn't come. It seems that Dai Mubai's leg is still not healed. He should still be lying in bed. That day, that guy called someone dad in public, and he might have been regarded as a fool. Although he knew the result, Su-chen still deliberately asked a question at this time. Hey, where is brother Dai Mubai? Didn't he come? Hearing Su-chen's words, the expressions of Tang-san, Oscar, and Ma Hung-jun became a little embarrassed. Then Tang-san sighed and said. Alas, brother Dai is still here now lying on the hospital bed. He was injured too badly by the man named Uchiha Madara that day, and he has not recovered yet, so he cannot attend the second stage of special training on time. In addition, the teacher was not too confident to let him come because of his abnormal behavior and words that day, so he let Dai Lauda continue to rest. Chapter 43 Draw One Punch Man Saitama Transformation Card, Su-chen will be invincible. Tang-san looked very regretful, and the other people's faces were not very good. Then Ma Hung-jun couldn't help but speak. I think the reason why Dai Lauda became like that is because of that Uchiha Madara. Su-chen, if you have any news about that guy, you must tell us in time. Even if we can't take revenge now, we will definitely take revenge for Dai Lauda and other teachers in the academy in the future, and get back the honor for the Shrek 7 devils. In the future, we must beat that guy hard. Don't worry, we will definitely do it in the future. Tang-san stated his position with confidence again. This made Su-chen laugh again. The 5 Kage joined forces and couldn't beat the impure world Madara, can you guys do it? Even if all of these guys became titled Douluo, they still can't do it. Well. Anyway, Su-chen will know whether these guys can fight or not. Anyway, no matter whether they can fight or not, they will be beaten badly. Because by that time, they will face the peak 6 paths Madara. Although Su-chen played it, after the transformation, it was equivalent to him using the role of 6 paths Madara to teach these ignorant guys a lesson. Thinking so in his heart, Su-chen nodded confidently on the surface and said. Don't worry. I have the same martial spirit as him. If he comes again, I will definitely notify you in advance. Even if you are not his opponent now, you can temporarily avoid the edge and wait for revenge in the future. Okay, thank you, Su-chen. Su-chen continued to chat with Tang-san, Oscar, the cowardly Xiaogang and others for a few words. After the Shrek 7 devils continued to participate in the fighting spirit, he took Hinata away. Dai Mubai has not come yet, so Tang-san and others have not started the team battle training, but the cowardly Xiaogang just said that he would take Dai Mubai to participate in the battle in a few days, and officially start the team battle journey of the Shrek 7 devils. Su-chen has no interest in this. He knows that in the Soto City fighting spirit arena, among the team battle spirits of level 30 to 40, the Shrek 7 devils really have almost no opponents. They should be like in the original work, winning streak until they meet the royal fighting team. However, this premises that Su-chen with Sharingan and Hinata with Byakugan do not participate in the battle. Su-chen plans to bring Hinata back again after Hinata absorbs all the spirit rings, and directly beat the Shrek 7 devils with 2 people, and beat them into submission. Especially Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hung Jun, these guys, they have to knock out their boxes. But that can only be done if Hinata absorbs all the spirit rings and Su Chen becomes stronger at the same time. Now Su Chen and Hinata are not capable of defeating the 7 Shrek 7 devils with 2 to 7, unless they use Susanoo, but Susanoo, as a trump card, is generally not something Su Chen wants to expose. As Su Chen, who has read a lot of online novels in his previous life, of course understands the rules of survival in the other world. At any time, it is a very stupid thing to expose all your strength to others. At night, Su Chen and Hinata returned to the hotel where they lived during the day. Nothing special happened in the next few days. After waking up the next morning, Su Chen found that his spirit power had risen to level 33. It was the automatic cultivation system that raised his spirit power by 1 level again. This is of course a very good result. Su Chen immediately called in his heart. System, since it has been upgraded, let's start the lottery and see if we can draw a transformation card this time. Okay, the system is drawing the lottery. The sweet voice of the system elf soon came to Su Chen's mind. Drawing. This draw seemed to be slow. It was not until more than 10 seconds later that the surprised and happy voice of the system elf came to Su Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for drawing the top luxury reward, the transformation card of One Punch Man Saitama. After using it, you can transform into One Punch Man Saitama and gain unlimited power to break the limiter. After playing, the host will also receive exclusive role-playing rewards for One Punch Man Saitama. Chapter 44 About to transform into One Punch Man, Haoshin Douluo can't stand a punch. Oh my god, One Punch Man Saitama's transformation card. Su Chen sat up excitedly. This is too awesome. How strong is the character of Saitama? Su Chen certainly knows. His power is unlimited. Even when facing the overlord of the universe, he did not exert his full strength. Although the system did not say what the role-playing reward is after playing One Punch Man Saitama, but Su Chen guessed that it should also be an exclusive reward related to Saitama. That is of course the infinite power that breaks the limiter, and the terrifying serious punch. Even if it is far from the level of teacher Saitama, as long as you can practice from the beginning, it is also very good. Compared with the terrifying power of teacher Saitama, even the 8 gates of Dunjia cannot compare with it. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help showing an ecstatic look on his face, and he asked in his heart. How long can this transformation card last? Is it also 2 hours? Of course not. Since it is an S-level transformation card, the effect can last for 3 full days. After 3 days, the roll will end and the reward will be settled. It turns out to be an S-level transformation card. No wonder it is different from the ordinary Madara transformation card before. Su Chen was very excited. One Punch Man Saitama's transformation card is of course stronger than the ordinary Madara transformation card. There is no doubt about this, unless it is the 6 Paths Madara transformation card. Of course, there is no way to compare. After all, One Punch Man Saitama's strength is seriously exceeded. It is really difficult for the characters in Naruto to compete with him. Only the characters in Dragon Ball and Marvel can compare with him. You can ask the system elf about this question. Thinking of this, Su Chen asked in his heart. Are there any more powerful transformation cards than One Punch Man Saitama? Of course there are. Su is lucky, so he can draw it naturally. Characters more powerful than One Punch Man Saitama include Super Saiyan White God Sun Wukong Transformation Card, Eternal Superman Transformation Card, Magical Girl Xiao Yuan Transformation Card, Gilgamesh God King Transformation Card, Chaos Universe Ruler Luo Feng, Emperor Desolate Transformation Card. Oh, there are so many. Su Chen nodded and didn't think about it anymore. After all, playing 1 or 2 characters is meaningless. If those characters can be experienced in the future, it will naturally be better. One Punch Man Saitama is certainly not the strongest, because Saitama's most powerful setting is that the power of one punch is unlimited, but this is not a very powerful setting in the entire universe. There are many abilities that can restrain him, such as the perfect free and easy power that 100% dodges all attacks, which can make Saitama's serious punch never hit. There is also a time prison that reverses time, which can slow down the time of Saitama's punch countless times, and even make time stop infinitely at that moment. Not to mention the chaos magic that can create and destroy the multiverse at will. In front of such power, One Punch Man Saitama is really nothing. However, in this Douluo continent, Su Chen feels that he is basically invincible. Even if the Shura god comes, he should not be able to withstand a serious punch. Especially time, it can last for 3 whole days. This is so comfortable. After I transform into One Punch Man Saitama, let alone the Shrek 7 devils, even if Tang San's father Tang Hao comes, I can punch him to his knees and call him daddy. The more Su Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. He didn't feel like practicing anymore. He quickly got up and went to find Hinata. After transforming into One Punch Man Saitama, of course he can beat Haoshin Douluo Tang Hao to his knees and call him daddy. No one should refute this. If the One Punch Man Saitama can't even beat Tang Hao, then there is really no need to mix. Even if Tang Hao used all of his great Sumeru hammer and 9 rings, it would be useless. His strongest attack was not as good as Saitama's ordinary punch. Of course, in Su Chen's cognition, as long as he was not weakened after the transformation, let alone Tang Hao, even if the gods of the God Realm came, they would basically be one punch away. How strong he is, we will know only after the transformation. Chapter 45 Bringing Goddess Hinata to the Star-Do Great Forest, and immediately transforming into One Punch Man. After coming out of the room and coming to the living room, Su Chen saw Hinata seriously training the Hyuga clan's Bagua 64 palm. Hey! Hey! Ha! The white-eyed girl Hinata was wearing a very thin pink t-shirt at this time, and was training in front of the mirror. Her moves were really in the same style. Su Chen felt that Sister Hinata should have found inspiration when she fought with Xiaowu that day, and also found her ninja way and the meaning of working hard to become stronger in this world. This is of course very good. Su Chen felt that Hinata was also talented enough. As long as he helped her absorb the spirit ring and let her open the reincarnation eye, she would be invincible at that time. After all, the reincarnation eye was not much worse than the samsara eye. And Hinata had the purest blood of the Hyuga family. After opening the reincarnation eye, plus the spirit ring and spirit bone obtained in Douluo continent. After returning to the ninja world, she will definitely be able to easily beat everyone. This is what Su Chen wanted to see. Hinata, what are you practicing? Although Su Chen knew, he still deliberately walked up and asked. Hearing Su Chen's voice, Hinata turned around. At this time, Su Chen found that she was actually sweating a little. There was sweet sweat on her round face, which looked even more attractive. Hinata bit her lip and said seriously. I practiced my family's soft fist, I hope it will be useful. By the way, when will we participate in the fighting spirit you mentioned? I think I can improve better in actual fighting. Well, don't worry about it. Su Chen smiled and walked forward, stretched out his hand and touched Hinata's round head, and said. This world is different from the ninja world we used to live in. In this world, if you want to become stronger, in addition to hard work, necessary resources are also very important, so next I will take you to the Star-Do Great Forest to absorb soul rings. As long as you absorb a few soul rings, you will feel different changes in your body, and your chakra will also improve a lot, and you don't need to spend time practicing. Without practicing, can my chakra be improved a lot? Hinata looked at Su Chen in disbelief, while Su Chen smelled the comfortable fragrance on her body. Then Hinata blinked and asked. What exactly is the soul ring you mentioned? You will know soon. After we hunt the soul beast, I will teach you how to absorb it. Su Chen nodded seriously and looked at Hinata's cute big eyes. Well, I believe you, then I will go with you. After saying this, Hinata's eyes changed when she looked at Su Chen, and there was a trace of dependence and affection. Okay, let's go now, I will take you to the Stardo Great Forest. Su Chen held Hinata's soft little hand, and soon took her out of the hotel and got on the carriage to the Stardo Great Forest. On the way, Su Chen told Hinata some knowledge about soul beasts and soul rings, and told her where the Stardo Great Forest was. After listening to Su Chen's story, Hinata began to have a preliminary understanding of this world at this time. After hunting soul beasts, you can get soul rings. Xingdu Great Forest is the largest soul beast forest on this continent. Isn't it very dangerous? Hinata looked at Su Chen with some worry. It doesn't matter. I'm here. I got a special magic weapon. After using it, my combat power will be greatly improved. I can kill a very powerful soul beast with one punch. Su Chen said calmly. But in that state, my appearance may change. For example, I may become thinner than now, and then I will become bald. Don't forget me when the time comes, Hinata. Anyway, I will change back in a few days. Becoming bald, why? Hinata asked puzzledly. Su Chen said with a smile. Of course, it's to help you hunt soul beasts and absorb soul rings. It doesn't matter. You will understand it when the time comes. Anyway, you just need to know that the person is me. It's equivalent to the transformation technique. After the transformation, I will be much stronger than now. No matter who bullies you, I can protect you. Transformation technique. Then I understand. Hinata said thoughtfully. Su Chen nodded and stopped talking about this topic. Of course, he was talking about the transformation card of One Punch Man Saitama. That's right, after arriving at the Stardo Great Forest, he did plan to use the transformation card of One Punch Man Saitama to complete the role-playing task, help Hinata hunt soul beasts, pretend to be cool, and then play as he pleases. Chapter 46 Hyaga Hinata is about to obtain the first soul skill. The role-playing task is to be completed as soon as possible, so there is no need to delay. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Chen thinks that after completing the role-playing task, the system should also give him an identical One Punch Man Saitama transformation card to use for self-defense in the future. By then, Su Chen will have two trump cards, Madara transformation card and One Punch Man Saitama transformation card. With these two trump cards in hand, even if the ultimate Douluo wants to kill him, it is not an easy task. It took more than a day on the road. When Hinata was tired of sitting in the car, she would lean on Su Chen's shoulder and fall asleep. Su Chen would also hug her soft waist very intimately, looking forward to Hinata growing up quickly. Yes, the young Hinata has a good figure, and it will only be better in the future. She is the kind with soft bones and a fuller figure. She is the same type as the kitten girl. In the future, the kitten girl will naturally belong to him, Su Chen. Because Dai Mubai is a disgusting scumbag, if Zhu Zuqing is given to Dai Mubai, it is simply unacceptable. At this time, the Shrek 7 devils have naturally been participating in various soul fighting in the Soto City soul fighting arena, and Su Chen did not care. In this way, in the afternoon of the next day, he and Hinata finally came to the town outside the Xingdu Great Forest. After getting off the car, Su Chen took Hinata into the Xingdu Great Forest. After all, such a soul beast forest is still very curious for him from Earth. As written in the original book, there are some relatively small 10-year soul beasts on the outskirts of the forest, and occasionally 100 or 200-year soul beasts can be seen. There are many types of soul beasts in the Xingdu Great Forest, many of which are very similar to animals on Earth, and the names are also similar. Some animals that have become extinct on Earth also appear here. For example, the tiger that appeared in front of Suchen and Hinata at this time is very similar to the saber-toothed tiger in Suchen's cognition, with two very sharp fangs. But the difference is that this is a tiger with a pure black body. According to Suchen's judgment, this should be a soul beast of about 700 years old. This level of soul beast, facing Suchen who already possesses the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, naturally poses no danger. Since this soul beast is not very suitable for Hinata, Suchen ignored it and continued to hold Hinata's hand and walk deeper. Soon, Suchen finally found a soul beast suitable for Hinata's first soul ring. This is a very strange butterfly. It doesn't look big, but it is extremely fast. Suchen immediately opened the Sharingan. Through the information he recently learned about judging the age of soul beasts, he saw that the age of this soul beast should be just around 500 years. This is exactly the soul beast suitable for Hinata's first soul ring. Suchen quickly took a kunao from Hinata's hand, and under the gaze of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he directly stabbed the kunao at the butterfly's wings. Under the gaze of the pupil of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Suchen's throwing technique was extremely accurate, and he hit the soul with one shot, directly stabbing half of the butterfly's wings. The colorful butterfly turned in the air on the spot, then flapped its wings, released colorful mist, and attacked Suchen and Hinata. This butterfly is indeed a flying 100-year soul beast, named the colorful dream butterfly. Its attack power is not strong, but it can release a kind of mist that makes people psychedelic and fall into dreams. This is exactly why Suchen chose this butterfly, because such ability is just suitable for Hinata. After obtaining this soul ring, it can make up for the lack of illusion of the white eyes. Seeing this colorful dream butterfly flying, Suchen did not show mercy at this moment, and directly performed the great fireball technique. However, Suchen can control the number of fire sprays, and he did not release too much flames, because he was worried that the colorful dream butterfly would be burned to death directly. Shua! At this moment, Suchen released a straight line of flame, which was the dragon fire technique. In fact, this move was a derivative version of the great fireball technique. All you had to do was condense the flame into a straight line and release it quickly. Chapter 47 Hinata Goddess White Eye Evolution First Soul Skill, Colorful Dream. The straight line of flame just penetrated one of the wings and tail of the colorful dream butterfly. The colorful dream butterfly lost its balance and turned several circles in the air before falling to the ground. Seeing that the colorful dream butterfly had been burned and had no ability to take off again, Suchen returned the kunao to Hinata and said to her, "Okay, Hinata, now you can give this soul beast the last blow. Don't feel cruel. In this world, this is the fate of soul beasts. This is a kind of relief for it. After you absorb its soul ring, it will become a part of you." After hearing Suchen's words, Hinata was finally not so scared. Her little hands trembled, and the kunao looked at the burned colorful dream butterfly, gritted her teeth, and then slowly walked over. Walking behind the colorful dream butterfly, Hinata kept repeating these three words. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Then, until she thought of the grievances she had suffered there and that she had not yet proved herself to the family, she suddenly gritted her teeth and stabbed the kunao in her hand. Strangely, the colorful dream butterfly did not make any sound, and just walked away quietly, and a yellow soul ring appeared in front of Hinata. Suchen immediately stepped forward and said, "This is the soul ring, Hinata, you should absorb it quickly, this colorful dream butterfly should give you different soul skills." "Okay." Hinata nodded, and according to the method Suchen taught him, slowly absorbed the yellow soul ring, then walked to the open space next to him and sat down slowly. It was not until a few hours later that Hinata completely absorbed her first soul ring. After opening his eyes, Suchen felt that Hinata's white eyes seemed to have changed. Although the eye sockets were still a chaotic white, there were traces of colorful lines around the eye sockets, which made him look more mysterious and attractive. Then Hinata stood up and said, "After absorbing this soul ring, I seem to have some different information in my mind, which should be the soul skills belonging to this soul ring. Okay, release it now and let me see. Su Chen patiently taught Hinata how to perform soul skills. Hinata nodded gently, and a yellow soul ring appeared on her body. As the soul ring lit up, her eyes suddenly released a trace of colorful light. Su Chen deliberately put away his Mangekyo Sharingan, and even did not open his ordinary Sharingan. He remained in his normal state and stared at Hinata's eyes seriously. The next second, Su Chen suddenly felt dizzy. He had entered a colorful world, surrounded by colorful mist. Covering the sky and the sun, it seemed as if he was in a colorful chaos. Without thinking, this was obviously trapped in an illusion. Su Chen did not open his Sharingan to break the illusion immediately, but continued to stay in the illusion. Then, he felt his consciousness blurred. At this moment, Su Chen immediately opened his Sharingan, broke the illusion in front of him, and saw the trees, flowers and plants of the Xingda Great Forest and Hinata in front of him again. But the difference was that Su Chen saw that there was really a colorful smoke in front of him, covering him. Su Chen, quickly retreat and come out of the smoke. Hinata realized at this time that Su Chen was trying her soul skills in person, and hurriedly reminded him. Su Chen nodded, rushed out of the colorful smoke, and came to Hinata. After sorting out the thoughts in her mind, Hinata explained in a low voice. My first soul skill is colorful dream, which can make people who look at me fall into a colorful illusion through my eyes, and also release colorful mist, so that people who have fallen into the illusion gradually lose consciousness, and then really faint, and completely lose their combat effectiveness. So that's it. If I keep hiding in the mist and don't come out, even if I open the Sharingan, I should be paralyzed. This is a soul skill that is both physical and mental, which is perfect for you. Su Chen said in surprise and joy. Chapter 48. Su Chen immediately completes the transformation, and One Punch Man Saitama appears. Su Chen really didn't expect the first soul ring absorbed by Hinata can have such a miraculous effect, which should be a near-perfect fit with the Byakugan and the seven-colored Dream Butterfly soul rings. You may not know that not all martial souls can obtain the same soul skills by hunting the same soul beast. If that were the case, there would be no different martial souls suitable for the soul rings of specific soul beasts. For example, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul is only suitable for the soul rings of dragon soul beasts, and the Snake martial soul is suitable for the soul rings of snake soul beasts. Therefore, after different martial souls absorb the same soul ring, what kind of soul skills will they obtain? In fact, it depends on the fit between the martial soul and the soul ring. The higher the fit between the martial soul and the specific soul ring, the more perfect the derived soul skills will be, and the more they can bring out all the characteristics of the soul ring. Well, and I feel that my chakra has indeed improved a lot, which is called soul power in this world. Anyway, thank you, Su Chen. Hinata's eyes were extremely sincere at this moment, and Su Chen was also looking at her seriously. Then, Su Chen took Hinata's hand again and continued to lead her into the depths of the forest. The deeper he went, the larger the soul beasts that appeared. Su Chen found that several thousand-year soul beasts had already appeared. Thousand-year soul beasts are not easy to deal with. If he encountered a soul beast over 5,000 years old, Su Chen felt that if he did not open Susanoo, then he and the white-eyed girl Hinata would probably have to start a feast on the spot. At this moment, the pleasant voice of the system elf sounded in Su Chen's mind again. The host can start the role-playing task of One Punch Man Saitama at this time. After completing the transformation, you can personally feel the power of One Punch Man Saitama. Since the system said so, Su Chen would naturally not be polite anymore. With a flick of his finger, he took out the transformation card of One Punch Man Saitama that he had just obtained from the Soul Guide belt. These transformation cards look almost the same as golden cards, but the patterns on them are different. The transformation card exclusive to One Punch Man Saitama, the pattern on it is naturally the bald image of One Punch Man Saitama. As Su-chen held Hinata, the girl with white eyes, in one hand and held the golden transformation card in the other hand, the golden transformation card was already flashing with dazzling light. At this moment, the system wizard's prompt came to Su-chen's mind again. The host only needs to say a line exclusive to One Punch Man Saitama to complete the transformation immediately. This. Su-chen touched his thick short hair. Thinking that he was about to become bald, he still felt a little pity, so he hurriedly said to Hinata beside him. That, Hinata, we have now entered the depths of the Star-Do Great Forest. In order to better protect you, I will use my trump card to complete a stronger transformation. If you see that my appearance and voice have changed in a while, don't be surprised. That's me. Just to protect you, I have to complete a transformation for a short time. Transformation, will you become very powerful after the transformation? Hinata asked curiously. Of course it's powerful. Su-chen replied without thinking. After I complete the transformation, no matter how powerful the soul beasts here are, I can kill them with one punch. I am absolutely invincible. This is indeed the case. After transforming into One Punch Man, Su-chen thinks that everyone below the god level should be killed with one punch. It is estimated that only the first level god can withstand 2 punches from him. If he punches seriously, even the God King will not be able to withstand it and will be blown into slag on the spot. This is the absolute power of One Punch Man Saitama. Okay, then you transform, I'm ready. Hinata blinked her eyes. At this time, he was actually a little naughty. Maybe he had been with Su-chen for a long time and was not so unfamiliar. After all, the two have always lived together. This is not that Su-chen will only marry Hinata in this life. Of course, he also wants Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu. But Hinata was summoned to this world by him after all, and now she is just a girl, so he naturally has to protect Hinata. Su-chen nodded, and then said the most familiar line of One Punch Man Saitama. There is nothing in the world that cannot be solved with one punch. If there is, then use 2 punches. Chapter 49 Su-chen transforms into One Punch Man, with breathtaking power and speed. After Su-chen said this, a strange light suddenly descended on him. He felt a mysterious and special power entering his body, and then golden light emanated from his skin, making him shine. The white-eyed girl Hinata stared at this scene with wide eyes, but when he blinked and looked again, he found that the boy in front of him had completely changed. Ah! Hinata suddenly shook off the hand of the young man beside her, her lips opened wide, and after taking several steps back, she couldn't help rubbing her eyes, looking at the familiar and strange man in front of her in disbelief. You, who are you? Yes, the boy who appeared in front of Hinata at this time had changed from a short-haired handsome boy to a plain-looking bald young man, and he was still confused. This is of course Su-chen, who has transformed into One Punch Man Saitama. Su-chen, who noticed that his body had changed, raised his right hand curiously and scratched his hair as usual, but what he scratched was not the hair, but the smooth scalp. Oh my god! I'm really bald! Su-chen exclaimed in a low voice, and then he quickly covered his mouth because he found that his voice had changed. Became almost exactly like Saitama in the anime. Then he looked at his clothes and dress, and Su-chen was sure at this time that he had indeed completed the transformation into the appearance of One Punch Man Saitama, exactly the same as Saitama in the anime. Are you still Su-chen? Hinata on the side couldn't help but questioned, she was a little scared and didn't dare to get close. Su-chen quickly scratched his head awkwardly and said with a smile. Of course I am Su-chen, but I am in the transformation state now. Anyway, don't worry, Hinata, I will protect you. As he said. Su-chen was about to go over and hold Hinata's hand again, and continue to find a suitable soul beast for her. However, unexpectedly, Hinata quickly hid aside and said with some trembling. That's better to forget it. Although you may be him, you suddenly become a stranger. I'm not used to it. Let's wait until you change back, do that again. Wait until you change back? That's fine. Su-chen, who has transformed into Saitama, smiled faintly. He didn't care. After all, he knew that Hinata was shy. Anyway, it's only 3 days. After 3 days, he will change back. During these 3 days, he will have a good time. After all, in these 3 days, he, Su-chen, is Saitama, the One-Punch Man. In this Douluo continent, he is absolutely invincible. Then let me stay by your side. Don't run around. Su-chen said as he came to Hinata and continued to signal her to move forward. Although Hinata was a little nervous, she didn't feel scared. Under Su-chen's guidance, she continued to move forward into the depths of the Xingda Great Forest. At this time, Su-chen clenched his fist lightly. He wanted to know how powerful he was. But he himself, who had transformed into One-Punch Man Saitama, didn't feel it very much. He just felt as if he had endless energy, which was a bit like the feeling when he transformed into Madara, but not exactly the same. Saitama's physical skills should be better, so let me see how fast he is. Su-chen thought to himself, and then looked up at the farthest corner 1,000 meters away, where a soul beast seemed to be lying faintly. So Su-chen stepped on his legs and used only a little strength, intending to rush directly to the place where the soul beast was. But just after stepping on his legs and using just a little strength, Su-chen suddenly felt that his whole body was like a cannonball, and flew out in an instant. Fuck, stop quickly. Su-chen stepped on his feet again and stopped instantly. After all, he now has Saitama's powerful physique, so he can rush when he wants and stop when he wants. But after stopping, Su-chen saw that what appeared in front of him was actually a strange lake. Chapter 50 Serious One-Punch Mode, One-Punch Kill. This lake is very big. What is this place? I'm not going to the Pacific Ocean, am I? Su-chen looked to the left quickly. But he saw a huge bull head floating out of the water, with 2 eyes staring at him like lanterns. Damn, sky blue bull python, Daming. Su-chen recognized it at a glance, because Daming in front of him was very similar to the one in the anime, with a bull head and a snake body, and the bull head alone was as big as a hill. But even such a powerful sky blue bull python, facing Su-chen who had transformed into One-Punch Man Saitama, was naturally far from being an opponent, and Su-chen could solve it with one punch. But Hinata naturally couldn't absorb this 100,000 year soul ring, and Su-chen didn't need it now, so he didn't plan to attack Daming. So Su-chen turned around and sprinted again with only a little effort, and instantly returned to the place just now, and reappeared next to Hinata. Roar! At this moment, a violent roar suddenly came from behind. Su-chen turned his head and saw a wild boar as big as an elephant rushing towards him. This huge wild boar had sharp fangs, and its fur was like steel bars. Wherever it passed, all the plants and creatures were directly shattered. This power! It seems to be a 10,000-year soul beast. Although I can't call its name, it doesn't prevent me from punching you to pieces. Su-chen thought to himself. He didn't rush to the 10,000-year soul beast that looked like a wild boar, but waited lazily in place. Until the 10,000-year soul beast that looked like a wild boar opened its mouth and revealed its sharp fangs, Su-chen rushed out like a flash of lightning. This time, just a normal punch will do, no need to exert any strength at all. Su-chen thought to himself, then he raised his fist and punched the head of the 10,000-year soul beast Wild Boar King very calmly. Bang! In just a moment, the 10,000-year soul beast Wild Boar King was punched and flew away, and was directly punched and flew hundreds of meters high in the air, and the whole body fell apart and exploded into pools of blood. Fortunately, the blood did not splash on Su-chen. He realized at this time that the 4 words One Punch Man were not called for nothing. No matter who was hit by his punch, it would be uncomfortable. So after Su Chen punched this punch, he immediately loosened his fist. He felt that as long as he didn't go out, he should be able to break this setting, otherwise it would be bad if Hinata was accidentally injured. As for the stronger serious how to use a punch? In fact, just like using Madara's ability before, Su Chen only needs to silently recite the 4 words serious punch in his heart, and his fist will enter the serious punch mode, and then the speed and strength will be greatly improved. It is equivalent to entering the one punch kill mode. Of course, as long as he doesn't go to the God realm, Su Chen feels that he doesn't need a serious punch at all. At least any creature in this Douluo continent, including the titled Douluo, will find it difficult to take his ordinary punch. The power of his ordinary punch, even if he uses half of his strength, is more terrifying than the great Zamuro hammer with 9 rings exploding at the same time. As for whether this power has an upper limit, Su Chen feels that there is still a limit, otherwise there will be no serious punch. It is enough to use an ordinary punch to face any enemy. Because the power of the fist is determined by the power of the punch, this power has an upper limit after all, but this upper limit may be too terrifying, and he himself dare not try it at present. Otherwise, it would be bad if he punched the Douluo star. After releasing his fist, Su Chen returned to Hinata again. Seeing Hinata's numbness, Su Chen scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "After transforming into a bald head, I am indeed much stronger than before, but this power will not last long. I will change back in 3 days, so let me continue to help you find a suitable soul beast."